Hello everyone, good morning. Welcome to the final day of Gloucestershire versus Leicestershire in the County Championship. Leicestershire with their opening pair returning to the middle, having safely negotiated 10 overs yesterday evening after Gloucestershire set the game up 544 for 4, declared they clearly wanted a first innings lead. I was told of about 140, and a little bit of a go at Leicestershire yesterday evening. They did that, however, were unable to make the breakthrough. A few sharp raps on the glove and one ball beating the inside edge, but Rishi Patel and Ian Holland are still there this morning, with Leicestershire 41 without loss now, trailing by 101. And really, Gloucestershire pushing for these wickets, but it's going to be hard. The pitch is very docile. Ed Seaborn and Richard Ray are your commentary team, and we've got Ollie Price to bowl the first over of the morning from the Ashley Down Road end. Gloucestershire do have to do something about this -2 over rate, but seeing if there's a little bit of turnout there. First ball of the morning is played into the onside by Patel, and it was in the air briefly, but only briefly, and fielded by Chris Dent at mid-wicket, who wasn't in the end required to bat in Gloucestershire's mammoth innings, as there's a drive from Patel which skews off the inner part of the bat into the ground and is really well fielded by Price of his own bowling. Price took 2 for 46 in the first innings and ended up eventually mopping up Leicestershire's first innings as he's in and bowls, and a forward defence from Rishi Patel. Price with the wickets of Travaskis for 50 and Scriven for 60, as Leicestershire built that first innings score up to just over 400 in the end. As Price bowls, bit of width there, but Patel's reached for it and decided that he was going to knock it down to long on already, and all he can do is play it back to the bowler because the ball was outside the off stump. So a tidy start from Price, slip and a short leg in terms of close catching. As Price bowls, sweep shot from Patel, goes out to deep mid-wicket, and it was spinning on Ajit Singh Dale and travelling pretty quickly. And there's another one of those we've seen it a few times in this match, where the fielder out in the deep is almost knocked over backwards by the force of the ball. But one run, and Patel is off the mark for the day, on to 21. Ian Holland has 14. Certainly looked, in general, the more uncomfortable of the two last night, but it's a new dawn, it's a new day, etc. And I'm sure he's feeling good. Forward defence to complete the over from Holland. One run from the first over, tidy start from Ollie Price. Leicestershire 42 without loss. Morning, Richard. Big news from the Leicestershire camp this morning.
Busy old morning one way or another, with the news that Josh Hull, a young left arm quick bowler, called up into the England Test squad in place of Mark Wood, second Test against Sri Lanka at Lord's, I think. Probably unlikely to play. I had a chat to Josh this morning. Ollie Stone is obviously the sort of first replacement for Wood, but great for Josh to be called into that environment and get a little bit of a feel for what it may well be like for him in the future. The ambience of international cricket. He will continue to play in this match if needed. Marchand de Lange is in, bowls to Rishi Patel, who defends the straight ball back out into the offside, and there is no run. There was initial thought that he would be withdrawn by England, Josh Hull, but I think once they realised that he was reasonably unlikely to play a further active role, he would come in at number 11 for Leicestershire. So if he does have to play an active role, something's gone badly wrong for the Foxes and very well for Gloucestershire. As a helmet comes out for Dent, he's going to go in at short leg to Patel for de Lange. So they said, no, you can continue to play. It was initially Leicestershire thought that they were going to have to do a roughly like-for-like replacement, and Roman Walker was going to step in and take Hull's place. But no, Josh is sitting on the balcony watching proceedings with interest. Sun comes back out as DeLange beckons his mid-wicket a little bit wider before running away from us past umpire Chantry and bowling a bouncer that is going to go for 4 byes down the leg side. DeLange apologises to James Bracey. In fact, we had quite a good view of that, and it did sort of dip and swerve away from Bracey, he was a little bit unlucky. I was talking to Peter Hanscom this morning. I said, you were very nearly the interviewee last night because you went through the entirety of the innings without conceding a bye of Gloucestershire's mammoth score. 544 for 4 declared. In goes DeLange, bowls, whipped away towards backwards. Well, turned away, whipped away. Turned firmly. He always plays all his shots fairly firmly, Rishi Patel. Defence or attack, and he punched that one away towards deep backward square and takes 1. But Pete was he took that as what would have been his due. It's a couple of lucky ones, he said. A couple of lucky stops. No, I don't think so. We thought you were moving very well out there. A little bit of a delay because Ian Holland would like some doors closed. Something is just, the sun is reflecting in one of the windows or doors. Been sorted out anyway. Jack Chantry raises a hand in acknowledgement. Holland steps into his place, takes guard for the first time today against DeLange, who is in and bowls. Good line, good length on off stump, and a very correct forward press from Holland drops the ball out into the off side. Female goal wheels around the ground ahead. There's a few around actually, so perhaps the tide is in.
Do seem to have the cacophony of noise from above this morning.
Yeah, they're not quiet birds, are they, gulls? As DeLange is in and bowled a little bit shorter and on the back foot, slightly twitchy. Holland drops it down at his feet. He did get wrapped hard on his right hand, bottom hand obviously, last night.
It's sometimes almost easy to forget how close you are to the sea in Bristol because we are just slightly up the river from it, but yeah.
DeLange short and Holland just ducks underneath it, lets it fly high over his back, or not so high actually. Heavy roller was on again this morning, so if there was any nascent life in the pitch, that won't have done it any good at all. End of the over, 47 without loss. Leicestershire having begun the day on 41 without loss. They had 6 runs from, I suppose they did. Did they?
Yeah, the 4 byes sort of.
Oh, the 4 byes, of course it was. Yes, I was
yes, it feels a bit different from, I suppose, runs off the bat. And yeah, like you say, it wasn't actually as bad a delivery as it was made to look like by the swerve away. Yeah. Here's Ollie Price bowling. Sweep shot in the air from Patel, but comfortably into the gap at mid-wicket. And a single out to the sweeper. 48 without loss. I don't mind this at all, giving Price the ball to start the day, allowing the quicker bowlers to rotate from the other end. As much as Gloucestershire have got this -2 over rate to make up, I think in terms of a plan of attack, as forward goes Holland, guides to backward point, no run, I think it's not a bad move. Occasionally there's been one that's slightly misbehaved out of the footmarks, not many. Price is bowling into Josh Hull's footmarks, mostly from that Ashley Down Road end at the moment. Price bowls and Holland with a defensive nudge really that goes to short leg, and there's no run. Yesterday was, well, apart from the excitement of actually watching Messrs Charlesworth and Bracey's double tons as Holland sweeps again. It's in the air and it's right over the top of the square leg umpire and away for 4. No chance for Singdale, and Gloucestershire, it's a bit of head scratching and pointing around at the moment, having seen a few sweeps go in the air already. Nowhere near a fielder, and Holland he's taken that from a long way outside off stump, so
I'm guessing they're going to try and hit him out of the attack, the spinner, to get the seamers back on, make them tired by lunchtime and make life easier this afternoon. But there's always a slight element of risk, isn't there, when in those circumstances?
Yeah, and Price, if he's got the field set for it, you wouldn't mind seeing him trying to sweep out of that sort of area, but it's quite hard to control completely, but then it's such a large gap to hit it into. The 50 up for Leicestershire with that boundary, 52 without loss, so a 50-run opening partnership as Holland defends away, and I assume that means we've had a 50-run opening partnership in all 3 innings, was it 66 and 68, I think, the opening partnerships in the first 2 innings. As Price in now bowls, and Holland defends again to end the over, so 5 runs from that one. Leicestershire 52 for no wicket, and Gloucestershire in need of breakthroughs in the plural in this morning session. I think if they're realistically to have any hopes, irrespective of the fact that there's rain forecast.
I was going to say, you said there might be a bit of weather around.
Yeah, I think so.
40-50%
showery,
something.
but yeah, it certainly isn't looking amazingly likely that we'll make it all the way through the day without rain. So they're going to need at least, you'd think, 3-4 wickets in the morning session to have any sort of chance, if not more than that.
De Lange with a short leg gully and a conventional gully bowls to Patel, who does try to whip it away, and somehow it gets underneath leg gully as he falls to his right. Hammond, I thought, was odds on to stop that one, but because it was sort of a combination of inside edge and pad, it was going reasonably slowly, but it squeezed underneath him down towards the boundary where Charlesworth, the double centurion, is fielding, and one was taken. De Lange in, that's a good length delivery. Thought it was going to sneak through, that's the impression he's giving with his reaction there. Thought that was almost through, hands went to head to mouth. Solidly enough played by Holland, but arguably a fraction late on it. More than a fraction if De Lange's reaction is anything to go by, which it probably isn't. In he goes and bowls a little bit short, and again bottom hand off the bat as he pushes that one down towards short leg. Dent is the fielder, and again he glove off for Holland even. And he's just examining his left fingers.
So you're not going to get the short leg out there anytime soon if he keeps encouraging De Lange with that sort of move.
No, he didn't have any when he took off his glove. I couldn't see any bandages or fingers or anything on the fingers from yesterday. He's asking somebody in one of the hospitality boxes to sit down. They do. De Lange leans forward, huge man, bowls short down the leg, well, not down the leg side, again it's swerved, having gone over the top of the shoulders of Holland, who ducked right down. Probably wasn't much more than about 2 feet over the top of the stumps in the end, and Bracey did a good job diving to his left, because again the ball moved in the air after going past the stumps.
Not really what you need after a mammoth innings yesterday in the field for all but about 40 overs of this match, played every game this season.
De Lange is in, good length ball on off stump. Holland plays it back down the pitch to the South African. There's a few people in this morning, certainly down below us, hoping to see 10 Leicestershire wickets. I bet there's not many in at what's it called, the Utilita Bowl or what this morning. Well, Hampshire's grind to a draw continues, 47 for 1 off 30.5 overs.
Proper cricket. Had to have braved the seaside traffic probably to get there as well.
De Lange bowls, squares up Holland, thick outside edge, and he's sort of appealing for leg before. It sounded incredibly wooden, so the suggestion from De Lange was that it might just have been pad first, but it certainly caused Holland a lot of problems. He sort of stayed on the back foot and was completely squared up by it and jabbed down on the ball just in time. So he is causing issues, and as he indicates with his right hand, having taken his cap and sweater, a little bit of movement for him first thing.
He just about got the bottom corner of the bat almost on it, Holland, but still kept it out, and that's sort of the issue, really. Even if you get a little bit of uneven bounce, at this stage, it's only really going to be down and not up and down. Price bowls to Patel, who's forward, and just knocking this one through the covers, and there's nobody there. A sweeper out on the boundary, some aren't active fields. A single is taken and the throw overshoots James Bracey. Again, not exactly what he needed, but he tipped it right into the hands of Bancroft at short leg, so I gave him a bit of catching practice. Price bowls, Holland sweeps for the second time, and we'll get the same result, I think. Yeah, Singdale got a bit closer that time because he was moved a bit squarer, but for the second time, Holland with a fine enough sweep, getting that front pad way outside the line. In fact, basically getting his back leg completely outside the line of off stump, and then strong swing to send it behind square. And 4 more, 58 without loss. The deficit now just 84. And I mean, even if Leicestershire are only a couple down once they've erased this deficit, and at the moment it's looking odds on that it might be a stretch even to see that, then Gloucestershire's task just gets even tougher. They really need early wickets to have any sort of a shot here. Square leg umpire has moved across to point, tired of being in the firing line. Forward goes Holland and plays the ball back to the bowler. I'm sure that's not the reason. He's looking through short leg, but also he's watching with a beady eye as Jack Chantry to see whether Bancroft's foot just strays the wrong side of the crease line and they have more than 2 behind square on the leg side. Flicked by Holland wristily to short mid wicket where Dent is there to field. Still a fairly strong breeze that we've had through most of the match, but it's not been an unpleasant one by any means. Price bowls, wide delivery, and Holland tried to cut for a moment and then maybe got done by a little bit of bounce or just completely caught in 2 minds as to what shot to play. It was a bit of turn from very wide. Bracey juggled but held on, but there was no edge. Price completes his 3rd over with a tight delivery, which is respectfully kept out by Holland. So 5 again from that over, and Leicestershire 58 without loss. Quite a few records were broken yesterday. Adrian Thomas, Mike Turner in particular, the usual debt of gratitude for the work that they've done overnight for that sort of thing, but Bracey and Charlesworth's huge partnership breaking a ground record. Gloucestershire on this ground.
De Lange is in short of a length, up in towards the sort of armpit area, a bit lower than that perhaps of Patel, who defends solidly on the back foot.
290 the final numbers, actually beat the previous best quite comfortably. 233 was the second best, and the third best was the partnership between Tom Lace and Ian Cobain 3 years ago that won Gloucestershire that game against Leicestershire.
In goes DeLange again, slightly short of a good length. He's giving it everything, but well played off the off stump by Patel. Defended. If there's not many people at the utility bowl, there'll be a fair few more in Scarborough, where Yorkshire are drawing in on victory against Sussex and need another 55 runs with 8 wickets in hand on the east coast, so they are going to complete victory. Sussex fought a lot harder in their second innings. DeLange is in, well bowled, bounces up towards Patel, who fends it off extremely uncomfortably, could easily have dropped straight to square leg. In fact, it drops short of Hammond, who's fairly close, and he goes even closer now, but goodness me, that was a most uncomfortable fend off from Patel, and DeLange causing problems, and Patel will get plenty more of that over the next few overs, having seen that reaction. It's a good little duel going on here, and DeLange at the moment has his man on the ropes. In he goes and bowls, and again slightly short of a good length, not quite as short though, and Patel on the back foot, a little bit tense, but plays it solidly enough back down the pitch to DeLange, who as a fast bowler will be able to sense the slight awkwardness in Patel's body language at the moment, and it will encourage him. Patel 25 at the moment. Opportunity for him here on a good pitch, but he's got to get through this spell as DeLange goes in, bowls full, and he's ready for that one and just clips it out towards long on. Should be 3. It's a long chase round, and there will be 3. Holland has to just hurry up a little bit. Patel, who theoretically was running to the danger end, was well ahead of his colleague, which shouldn't have been the case really, because he clipped him off the back foot, but Akhtar's throw, it was from a long way at long gone, and it was to the right end, i.e. the wicketkeeper's end. Holland was chasing in, but he made his ground, so Patel picks up 3, moves on to 28, 61 without loss. DeLange bowls a bouncer, and Holland ready for it. It was too short on that occasion. DeLange shouts his frustration. Not quite sure which word he used, but let's not speculate. End of the over.
I know a few choice Afrikaans words picked up a few years ago, but couldn't quite discern if that was the language used or if it was just a sort of a general roar of disgust. It sounded
fairly Anglo-Saxon to me, but
yeah.
Let us see. End of the over anyway. 61 without loss. The deficit 81. 6 overs bowled already.
Ollie Price wide of the crease bowling, reverse sweep from Rishi Patel, gets it wide of slip, and that will go down to the boundary. Again, it's always, no matter how many times you see people play it and how much of a regulation shot it is now, you always think, oh, there might have been a bit of risk there, but actually really very little. The only thing that could go wrong there is, I suppose, a bit of glove, maybe it balloons up to slip or whatever, but again he's getting that pad outside the line of off stump. Strangled appeal there, maybe inside edge onto pad. No silly point, even if there had been, it would have been short. Even if the silly point had been standing with his tiptoe a millimetre away from the cut strip, it wouldn't have been able to dive forward and catch that. But just the odd moment for Price this morning. He bowls, and cutting is Patel out to Akhtar on the boundary, and another single is taken. Throw into James Bracey, who is getting pretty used to breaking records of late after his exploits at Cheltenham, as Holland now tries a reverse sweep. He doesn't execute it at all well, but again, whilst it looked fairly ugly, there's no way that was ever going to be out, because again, outside the line. Price bowls, Holland works to short mid-wicket for no run. I think that James Bracey, thanks to the work of Messrs Turner and Thomas, has become the first Gloucestershire batter to score unbeaten double centuries in consecutive championship innings. W.G. Grace and Wally Hammond, the only other batters to achieve that feat at all, as a forward defence from Holland goes back up the surface. And there's no run. Again, 5 runs from the over. I think that's 3 consecutive overs from Ollie Price. Well, that's been the outcome, and Leicestershire now 66 for no wicket. And have added already 25 runs this morning.
Looks as though Glamorgan are at least going to make Derbyshire bat again. They trail by 6 with 3 wickets in hand. They could extend it a bit more. Dan Douthwaite and Mason Crane at the crease.
I've still got Fraser Sheet to come.
You do enjoy that, don't you? In goes DeLanger and bowls to Patel, who's forward on off stump. Realising he's pushed it into the gap, he calls for the single. Holland responds, and fielder overruns the ball anyway as he comes charging in. I think that's Goodman there, and as a consequence the single is taken comfortably enough.
I mean, I would like to think that I have a okay knowledge of world cricket, but some of these New Zealanders that are coming over these days I'm not familiar with. I clearly need to watch more of the Super Smash in the winter.
DeLanger bowls, Holland goes back and turns the ball off leg, rising up towards the waist, towards leg gully, plays it solidly enough.
James Hartshorn was a new one for me as well, playing for Worcestershire this round.
Sounds like a village in Worcestershire, doesn't it? Sort of Hartshorn.
It sounds very idyllic.
DeLanger bowls to Holland, again slightly short of a good length. This time it's off stump line and played down by Holland towards Price, who's in the gully. Almost 2 gullies. Well, there are sort of 2 gullies. He's not really... Well, he'd just come across for a chat, actually, Goodman. So he's now retreating back to a sort of more conventional backward point position. Saving one rather than on the catch. DeLanger bowls onto leg stump this time. Holland goes back and turns it competently out toward deep backward square. Takes the single. Both looked well. Patel has only faced the one ball, which he pushed for 1, but Holland beginning, whisper it, Leicestershire supporters, to look a fraction more comfortable out there against DeLanger, who's going to go around the wicket to Patel. As I said, talked about sort of sensing that awkwardness and uncertainty in Patel's body language when DeLanger occasionally troubles him with the shorter delivery, and he's going to try and exploit that again now. He tells his square leg to go backward of square. Square leg doesn't look too keen on so doing. He takes a step or 2 to his right and then quietly takes a step or 2 back to his left. Round the wicket goes DeLanger, bangs it in short, but it was telegraphed rather, and Patel was already sort of bending at the waist as it flew high through to Bracey, well over the top of leg stump and wider of it actually. Leg gully saying, should I go back a bit? Yes, says Van Buren. He wants a bit of guidance, but he's not going to get any more. He's gone about 3/4, 2/3 of the way back as DeLanger is in. Fuller this time. Patel is solid in defence, pushing the ball out to Van Buren. End of the over. Again, there's a shout from Marchant DeLanger, and it's 68 without loss. The Foxes.
You certainly can't fault DeLanger for still believing that there's a Gloucestershire win out there, and he can be the one to start the cascade of wickets. Speaking of such, I'm afraid for Rocky Flintoff fans, it's not been a long innings for him. Today he was out first ball to Dan Worrell at the Oval, and Lancashire find themselves 33 for 3, trailing by 207 runs. Yes. Not sure that your money would really be on that game seeing tea if there's no interruptions. Ollie Price spinning the ball about and now moves into bowl, and Holland has almost jumped across his stumps there, and Price for a moment thought he might just sneak through, but still no, as it's defended to Bancroft, who's waiting for a chance at short leg. Holland forward and playing the ball out to backward point. I'm sure there's a part of Gloucestershire, Bancroft in particular, having seen a couple of balls just slightly pop up on the offside, wondering if it should be now fielding at silly point, but you know what'll happen as soon as they move across. Price in bowls, turned back to the bowler for no run. Just having a look at the game between Middlesex and Northamptonshire, which is one worth keeping an eye on from a promotion perspective, with Middlesex coming into the round in second place, but Yorkshire with every chance to overtake them today. Price bowls, driven slightly uppishly, but there's no fielder in particularly close on the offside at all, and Van Buren does the fielding at a deep-ish, wide-ish mid-off. 1 run taken, 69 without loss. Did almost wonder overnight whether Middlesex might consider declaring, because they were a little way away from a second batting point, and they only win that game if they bowl Northamptonshire out very cheaply. Price bowls left by Patel through to Bracey. They did still have Deploy in there, I suppose, so might have been thinking if he gets going might get another couple of batting points, but then if your only chance of winning is by declaring. Sweep shot from Patel, and I don't think that Dom Goodman saw that initially out at deep square. Might not have mattered, it was hit firmly and behind square again, and 4 more runs. So Rishi Patel still content to sweep and fetch it from outside off. Price, this is expression leading you to believe that that was off the fingertips of a fielder, but not particularly close. And what do you know it, the over's gone for 5 runs again. 73 for no wicket, the deficit 69.
De Lange's little burst this morning has run its course. Van Buren turns to Ajit Singh Dale, see if he can make the breakthrough that Gloucestershire are seeking. Patel practices his reverse sweep a few times.
Interesting to see him play that off Singh Dale.
Opportunity here for, well, all the Leicestershire batters, but obviously those who are at the crease in particular, on a good pitch, under no massive pressure at this stage.
It'll be quite Joe Root 2023 for him to do that.
Reverse sweep the fast bowler. Singh Dale is into Holland, who is jumping slightly, as on the back foot he blocks it out into the mid-wicket area. It trickles out fairly slowly, and there's a comfortable single to be taken, and is 74 now to the Foxes. Holland on to 25. Patel has 38. Let's see if he does
first
attempt
ball
the
as
reverse
well.
Sweep.
That would be very much the thing to do. First ball of the session, at least that he would face from Singh Dale anyway.
Rishi Patel has had a sort of Lions call-up. Last winter he was called into the Lions set-up and did some batting work with them. Didn't play a game on the tour, but just an indication that his efforts last season as Singh Dale is in bowls too. That stays a touch low. He plays it well enough on the leaning forward, pushing it out towards point. And sort of seeing the likes first of Rehan Ahmed and now Josh Hull called into the senior side setup. will just maybe concentrate his mind a little bit and think, well, I've got to get weight of runs. This is a chance. Time and again, as I say, he's got in this season without really going on. Only once, arguably. In goes Singdale, bowls to him, and he just deflects that one nicely from just outside off stump down towards third man and takes one. It came into the game 513 runs at sort of 42.75, and then in the first innings got a start again, went for 47. So that, but they're not scores. They're making a contribution to the county, obviously, but they're not scores that are going to get him really noticed at selectorial level. In goes Singdale, bowls, and Holland plays it firmly back down the pitch to Singdale. It's weight of runs that he needs.
Yeah, I mean, as much as they talk about the way you play, it's still a mixture of the way you play and the weight of runs. You know,
Yeah.
You're not just going to get into the England side on
Flashy
strike
50s
rate.
don't do it. Yeah, no, couldn't agree more. Singdale is in, bowls. Holland on the back foot, blocks it out into the offside, running in from point. The ball is fielded, and again there's no run. A gentle chatter from the garden benches below us, in front of the cafe. Not a rapt crowd, so to speak. They're not following every ball in anticipation of something strange happening.
There's a selfie being taken. Well, yes, selfie being taken down there at the moment.
Singdale bowls. Characteristic grunt of effort, back foot defensive shot, sees the ball run out to point again. Where Hammond with his rather Chaplin-esque whites fields. They are slightly baggy, aren't they?
Well, he's got his own style, does Hammond. It looked even better when he did have those slightly baggy trousers tucked into those yellow socks for the... In fact, you know, the way this day might go, he might be doing something similar, because it was the fourth day against Derbyshire, which was going absolutely nowhere. Bonus points had already been settled in about the first half hour, which was the only intrigue in the day, and then it was just a matter of clock watching for the rest of it. A little bit different here. However, by this afternoon, if we are still playing, then we might get to that sort of stage, padded away by Rishi Patel towards backward point. New way of combating this line of attack from Ollie Price. Attack perhaps not being quite the operative word, but looking for some misbehaviour from out that wide. He's got it once. This time straightens up his line. Patel works it to short mid wicket and then removes his glove, has a bit of a wander. Price looking to rattle through these overs as relatively quickly as he can. It's not the only reason that he's bowling. Patel forward and defending, keeping it out again. Still mostly treating Price with respect. They've not made a absolutely concerted effort to hit him out of the attack, and maybe they don't want to hit him out of the attack. Maybe they would rather have him bowling than one of the quicks at this stage. Price in, a little bit back of a length, and Patel with a work to dent at short mid-wicket, and there is no run. Glamorgan have just gone into the lead against Derbyshire. Just a lead of 3. Patel is cutting at this one and missing. So, whilst it might not be the most entertaining, come about as close as anything to getting a wicket with those extremely wide deliveries. A flamboyant attempt from Patel to try and hit it away. Sort of couldn't really resist. Price bowls and a defensive shot to point, and it's a maiden from Ollie Price, his first maiden over. Score remains 75 for no wicket. Bit of a race on to see who's going to finish first in this round. You have to say Yorkshire will do. They just need 28 more runs to win. Lost the night watchman Moriarty for 17, but they're only 3 down. And Durham have Nottinghamshire 8 down now at Chestley Street. It was a pretty good effort considering they've been missing Neil Wagner for that whole innings. But young Daniel Hogg, 19 years old, 5 for 60 in this second innings.
Singdale is in to Holland, who is right behind it, holds the pose, having blocked it off the back foot out into the onside.
Did like what I saw from Daniel Hogg, I must say. There's a lot of promising young faster bowlers about now, which is exciting.
Yeah, they have a big catchment area up there, don't they? And 1 or 2 coming through. DeLanger's gone in at well, he was going to go in at a really short, almost silly mid-on. In fact, he's retreated back to short-ish mid-on, level with the crease as Singdale goes in. Holland looks to drive, gets a thick inside edge that's running down to deep backward square, takes 1. But the fact DeLanger's gone in at that short, straight mid-on and Price is in there at shortish mid-wicket already, the field's getting funky. It's not necessarily the greatest of signs from Gloucestershire's point of view. 76 without loss, Leicestershire trailing still by 66 runs. Short extra cover in as well as Singdale bowls. A good length, straight delivery. Patel blocks it back up the pitch to him. He fumbles it in his follow through and grabs it in the end. Sun has disappeared for now. Clouds just building a bit. When did your sort of 40%, 50% thing kick in?
Just sounding a bit hopeful there.
No, I was just curious really as to when.
It was at about 12, I think, but now they've gone up to 50% at. No, down to 30. Every refresh and it changes, but 70% at 1, and then 60 for the rest of the hours of play.
Singdale is in, defended on the off stump by Patel, out into the offside. Dent runs across from cover to field, and there is no run. I was just wondering with the build-up, and it is beginning to build up a little bit again from the sort of southwest.
Absolutely chucking it down in mid-Wales at the moment. There's an awful lot of rain about.
That's unusual, isn't it?
It does gradually seem to be heading this way, but it might be in more trouble at Edgbaston a bit later than us at this stage.
Full from Singdale, 2 full, and drifting towards midland leg, and pretty much Patel's favourite shot. Waits for it, clips it away wide of mid-on to the long on boundary, wide long on boundary for 4, and he is once again into the 40s.
We've seen some terrific strokes through that area, wide mid-on, mid-wicket. James Bracey played a couple as well that just exploded off his bat through that area.
Singdale drops a little bit short. Patel goes back, turns it into the leg side, but he'll probably be a bit cross about that because it was a little bit too close to Price running across from mid-wicket for him to take the 1 that would have been there had he hit it just a fraction squarer. End of the over. 80 without loss, 62 behind, potentially 84 overs still to be bowled today. We've had 12 then. We'd obviously lose 2 for the change of innings, assuming Gloucestershire are required to chase something, but all a long way off.
Yep.
Mixed reaction, you have to say, to Hull's selection. A lot of people obviously very pleased for him, but many obviously pointing out that he's still very far from being the finished article, but kind of that's semi behind the call-up.
Yeah.
In a way.
And it's just the way they're doing things now, isn't it? Here's Price into Holland, a flight to delivery driven away. Wide of mid-off, and Buren jogs round, and they take a single 81 without loss. Having said how much promise there is in a lot of the young quick bowling around the country, there still aren't, in terms of established quick bowlers, many names to choose from if you want a bit of extra pace. Price bowls, he's gone for the little paddle round the corner as Patel, and it is superbly fielded by Singh Dale, who sprints round from the 45 position, launches himself into the air and taps the ball just back in. There wasn't a great deal of bat on that from Patel, and it would have crashed into the stumps. It almost played it onto his stumps as well. He hit it that fine.
Just hit it over the top of them.
It certainly was close to them.
My goodness, that was close.
It was almost too delicate. 83 without loss. Patel to 45, giving Price the charge this time, and he whips it down the ground. And to long on for a single. Did that hit Holland at the non-striker's end? We just had another look at that.
Yes, it did. It flicked his foot. He apologised.
It did look like he took a bit of pace off. I think Charlesworth would still have got there at long on, but it certainly took some pace off. Rishi Patel is endeavouring to make this entertaining. 84 without loss. Holland tries to sweep and has either bottom edged that into Bracey's pads or missed it, and then it's rebounded off Bracey and onto the stumps. And if they're just blocked, then nothing would really be happening, but off his gloves and onto the stumps. It's a good job Holland hadn't moved. Price in bowls, and this time Holland does decide that actually defence is the best ploy. Back to the bowler it goes. Despite being 58 behind, and despite saying that about making it interesting, there just really isn't that feeling of jeopardy on things at the moment because of the cricket that we've seen before. On another pitch, another day, you might say different, but Holland squeezes a drive to wide mid-off and takes another single, and 5 runs from the over in slightly different fashion this time. 85 without loss. 57 runs now the deficit, and a few darker clouds, but we do still have sunshine for now. And Gloucestershire persisting with the spin from one end and pace from the other end. Whether the captain might fancy a bit of a bowl at some point. Van Buren, Gloucestershire don't have as many spin options as it felt as though they did last year and the year before. It felt as though basically everybody in their side at one point could bowl some part-time spin, but those probably the 2 options in this one.
In goes Singh Dale, and concedes 4 off the very first ball of the over. A little bit of width on offer, and Holland, not much width, but it was a little bit short, and he timed it really nicely off the back foot, just punching it away with a slightly angled bat down towards the backward point boundary / wide third man, and it ran away for 4. Holland into the 30s now, 89 without loss.
Speed gun would tell you that Singh Dale is quicker than De Lange, but he doesn't hit the pitch in the same way. So when he digs it in like that, there's just that bit more time.
In he goes, bowls. It's a better length from his point of view. Holland sort of half forward, manages to block it out to Hammond at point. No run. Still got De Lange's engaging Patel in conversation. Yeah, you would love to be hearing this, wouldn't you, really? Just wondering what they're talking about. Could be anywhere. Where are you going next week? Are you going to stay at the recommending restaurants? Who knows? Singdale in, bowls short and down on his knees almost is Holland as he jackknifes his body underneath the ball. One for the over.
Front foot? No,
Oh, was
ball
it?
I think was called there. I don't think I saw anything from the square leg umpire to signal no ball, because it certainly didn't look that short, but I think that Jack Chantry has called it on the
91.
front foot.
Free hit.
Oh, now that's something.
Oh, is it this? Go on.
I think, was it not in
that
your
is that mooted?
cricketers?
Who's
What's it
who?
called? That's the one. Yes, that Ben Charlesworth suggested that should happen in the championship.
In goes Singdale. Bowles finds the outside edge almost of the bat of Holland, and he indicates Holland there was a little bit of movement away there. He managed to keep the ball down.
Might have been in last year's edition,
Let us have a look.
but I'm sure
See if your impressive memory.
had that there. But he might have been asked a different question this year.
You're absolutely right. What would you do if you were in charge of county cricket? Mr. Charlesworth says, introduce free hits in red ball cricket to bring more excitement into the longer format. And, he says, as Singdale is in and bowls, that's a decent shot for leg before, looked a bit high to me. It's a good appeal, but great reaction from the Gloucestershire players. Everybody down on their knees, hands on heads. Oh my goodness me. You'd think it was absolutely plumb, but it did look high to me. But it was a fair shout, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure it was worthy of the incredulous disbelief at the appeal being turned down. He's a not out, is Jack Chantry.
I was going to say, I think. I mean, I'm not sure that is high personally with Singdale's skiddiness, but it's not. You can see why it wasn't given the fact that even more impressive shouts than that seem to have been turned down in this match. We've had one LBW.
Singdale is in, bowls very full, almost a half volley, and Holland tried to drive it away, didn't time it, bounces out to Van Buren at mid-off. It was a brilliant
You can tell
reaction.
what our
There's a few
operator
photos
thinks
of that.
next to us, the fact
Are
that
we
we're
having
getting a
another look,
third
are we?
replay there.
Miles over.
Close, I know what that means. Umpire's call, that's a cop-out.
I wonder if we'll ever get, proper sort of cameras into county cricket in that respect. In goes Singdale and bowls again, full, dug out rather by Holland out towards DeLange at that straight mid-on. So we get, the facilities they have at are they too expensive, do you think?
Well, the technology is already there for ball tracking because the umpires are wearing these GoPro cameras this year, and I've seen with my own eyes the ability that they've got to track the ball. They're measuring the pace of every ball that's sent down as well. That data's been sent to the ECB. We can't.
Are the umpires out
access
there
to
getting
it.
any sort of information? It's
I
sort
don't
of
think
real-time information in that respect?
No, I don't believe so. But I think in terms of tracking the balls, I don't know how accurate it is. I'm sure it can't be as accurate as Hawkeye because there are several cameras that go into estimating where the ball would have gone. Price starting in the over, forced off the back foot by Patel out to deep backward point for a single. He moves to 47. The deficit is at 50. But what it would... I don't know whether you'd get to a stage where... Because I think the tricky thing is if you're watching on the live stream, that's not on the live stream, sorry. It's just on our monitor. That was sneaky. I thought everybody was going to be able to see that. Goes to backward point in defence, this next delivery for no run. So you will have seen, I'm sure, on various social media outlets anyway, through this season.
So those
some of the views from the GoPros, yeah.
Right.
Price ball sweeping.
Ooh.
Holland, he swept it right into Bancroft. And was in the air. Would have been extremely lucky if that had rebounded anywhere, and hopefully Bancroft's all right. I think he seems to be okay. He's rubbing his right shoulder. He didn't really move
Just
after it.
Did not react at all, did he?
Yeah.
He seems fine.
Surrounding him with a little bit of concern, but I think
Yeah.
he's okay.
I'm good, mate.
He just seems to love fielding there, Bancroft. I mean, you would think, well, you've got your overseas
You said something
batter.
funny, judging by Dent's reaction.
He's a funny man, is Cameron Bancroft. He's always good for a slightly quirky
A wry
line.
quote.
Yes, after a day's play. I rarely, to be honest, enjoy the interviews, but Bancroft, he come up with some slightly amusing lines. Price bowls a loopy delivery right up to the bat, and Holland, in another situation, might have been looking to crash that one out of Neville Road, but just drove it to extra cover.
If they are using this sort of technology, or beginning to use this sort of technology, it has to come, doesn't it? There's going to be a beep at some stage.
Price bowls left by Holland. Yeah,
i.e. that would have hit beep, or,
yeah, it's
tracking of some kind.
Probably because it would need to be combined with technology to say whether it had been hit or not as well. So you would need some form of ultra-edge snicko in addition to that camera, if indeed it's particularly accurate, as Holland drives, good diving stop from Van Buren up at mid-off, 1 run from the over 92 without loss.
Does it though? I mean, it would take one of the uncertainties out of the equation, which would be progress, whatever happened. The umpire would it then be up to them if they thought it had been hit.
Yeah,
okay.
I suppose.
But then at least they'd know whether it was going to hit the stumps. That would be something.
I mean, you'd still feel pretty aggrieved if you
had,
walked off and the umpire had initially not given it out, and then the umpire gives it out, but you say, well, I hit it, so how can you overturn your initial decision? But
should be instant. I mean, we'll get to the point where it, within seconds it will go, yeah, that was going to hit.
It's certainly closer.
Anything else
feels closer this year, given these GoPros being worn, because before I thought absolutely not, but now that they've got the umpires wearing these cameras, it does feel much closer.
Agreed. I would say 4 or 5 years, something like that. 92 without loss. Leicestershire trail by exactly 50 as Singdale is in 2. Patel bowls straight, and Patel plays it firmly back down the wicket to Ajit Singdale. Patel on 47. It was his last 50. Let's have a look. Well, actually, it was against Gloucestershire 4 games ago, when they made 50s in each of the century in the first innings and 50 in the second. Otherwise, only at home to Sussex, his 87. Singdale bowled a little bit short. He goes back, Patel, and with plenty of time, turns it into the leg side, but doesn't get it past mid-wicket. Zaman Akhtar moves across to his left field. Didn't look as though he tried too hard, really. Dent and Hammond, there's a certain amount of pipe play going on between them. I think their boredom threshold is probably quite low.
I'm surprised we haven't seen some golf swings yet. We usually get that by now from Hammond especially.
Singdale bowls, good length delivery on off stump. Patel is careful and respectful as he blocks that one neatly out into the offside. Dent bowls a left arm spinner to Van Buren.
What on earth is Hammond doing at the moment? He's just practicing for the taekwondo in 2028 or something.
Yeah, he's sort of practicing the beginning of a delivery stride in some way. Goodman's warming up down at third man at the moment. Singdale is in, bowls short down the leg side, and Patel again, in the end, stepped inside the line and made sure everything was out of the way, but he very nearly looked to try and fend it off, and it was a late decision to sort of pull the bat inside the line, and once again it just looked slightly awkward.
Give sides encouragement, and word gets around as well. Footage gets around.
It does, and it does to sort of selectors and as well. Singdale is in again. It's short and it's popped up to short leg. there wasn't a short leg. Had there been, it would have been straight to him. And, Dent has his hands on his head at extra cover. Perhaps he wouldn't have played the shot knowing that there was a short leg there, that particular fend-off, but it's not completely convincing.
No, it is, and it's the technique of playing it, isn't it? It just looks insecure in that he can't be in full control of where the ball's going to go.
De Lange's retreated halfway at mid-on as Singdale is in bowl's length, that it's pushed out towards mid-on. Zaman Akhtar moves across from mid-wicket to field, and it's the end of the over. A maiden over, in fact, and good one from Ajit Singdale, whose effort has impressed me in this game. He hasn't had much reward, relatively speaking, none at all in this innings so far, but I like the look of him.
Yeah, well, I don't think it will be long before he is more than just Lions considered, but that's a little way down the line, maybe, or maybe not. I'd be amazed if he's not going to wherever the Lions are going this winter, if indeed that is Pakistan. Still haven't looked that up, but yeah, it's, as I've mentioned ad nauseum, it's the fact that he is really pretty accurate considering the pace that he bowls that's particularly impressive. And you think as well, and you think about the sort of seam bowlers that Pakistan produce on those sorts of pitches, they tend to be a bit more skiddy pace. I think it'd be interesting to see Singdale in that part of the world, see what he could produce. Dom Goodman is on to bowl, so Ollie Price out of the attack. The over rate's gone from -2 to -1, so at least made some inroads into that. And Ollie Price briefly left the field. Goodman runs in and bowls to Holland, who's forward defending, and I think he would have had cause to have pulled out of facing that delivery, because Ollie Price had just taken a shuffle to his right at short mid-wicket as Goodman was right there bowling. So Holland decided to face it in the end, but goodness knows, I think he'd been miffed if he'd got out to that. Goodman runs in now, bowls, and Holland a bit of a hop and a bit square on as he plays it, but still defends it to short mid-wicket.
Well, there was a few nerves at Scarborough in the end.
I just had that scorecard up, and I was going to say that Yorkshire supporters will be happy because they've got something to grumble about.
Yeah,
the fact that it's still
a win with something to grumble
exactly.
about. That's about
that's
right,
perfect, isn't it? The fact that they still managed to lose 6 wickets in pursuit of that slender target. Lost a few at the end. Johnny Bairstow was out without scoring. Goodman bowls. Holland drives pleasantly through the covers, and it's running out towards the boundary. In fact, the ball is holding up out there, and it's just going to make it. And actually, if the fielders had set off straight away, might have just about hauled that in, actually. I was surprised, as I'm sure they were, how that nearly didn't go, but well, anyway, it's gone. 96 without loss, 46 runs the deficit. He drove that right on the up as well, did Holland. It was just a length ball and cracked it away. Goodman goes in and bowls, and Holland is down low in a defensive position. There's no run.
Yeah, just to finish what we're talking about at Scarborough, Yorkshire got across the line, needing only 106, but they lost 6 wickets in so doing. 4 for 37 for Jack Carson, the off-spinner, and another 40 or 50 runs would have made that game very interesting. Not that it wasn't.
Yeah, just one more contribution from that lower order. Hudson Prentice run out for 6 by Tattersall. Interested to have a look at that. Holland drives. Quite a vicious looking swing from Holland, but goes straight to mid-off, and there is no run. Ben Code 5 for 69 from 23 overs. Looking on with envy at Code's figures as he churns out. What's his first class bowling average? Has probably gone even further down. Let me just get that up. Goodman bowls, and a bit of bounce there. Holland takes that right hand off the bat, but I don't think it hit the glove. End of the over, 96 without loss. I think Code is averaging under 20 in first-class cricket. Yeah, 19.96 his first-class average, and in that match he's got, 7 for not very many. 7 for about 120, something like that.
And
Absurd.
Derbyshire are almost there. They've taken another Glamorgan wicket. Glamorgan lead by 17, but with just 2 wickets in hand. But your favourite cricketer is at the crease, or at least your favouritely named cricketer is at the crease. So, I wonder how.
What do you get when you put your bed linen into the washing machine on the wrong setting? What does the washing machine do? It frays a sheet.
Okay, yeah, very, very good. If somewhat laboured, but okay.
It felt like it should have a sort of it should be the punchline to something, but
Zaman Akhtar replaces Ajit Singhdale at the Bristol Pavilion end, bowls slightly short on the off stump, and Patel plays him comfortably out to Van Buren at mid off. Is that what wrong temperatures do? They fray cotton.
No.
I don't know. Akhtar is in, and Patel smashes it over mid-wicket for 4. Well, that is a spectacularly effective way to go to a 50. It's come off 79 balls and includes 8 fours, and the patience just snapped there. It was sufficiently short for Patel to pull, and he almost did it off the front foot. And when he hits like that shot, you can sort of sense the destructive batsman that's there in Rishi Patel. And he absolutely clobbered that one away to mid-wicket, and brings up the Leicestershire 100 as well, a 100 partnership, a century opening partnership. In goes Akhtar, and he's on driven for 4, over compensated there, and Patel waited for it. Oh!
Look, some cones have suddenly blown onto the field. The ball almost hit one of those cones.
I wondered what that was that had come on there, but a little bit of extra breeze blew on some of the little cones that the physios and the S&C chaps put out to mark pitches or shuttle run points or whatever. And as you say,
I mean, if that hits one of those, then
would that have been an extra 5?
I don't think it would have been anything. It would just been a hard luck.
In goes Akhtar and bowls down. That's 4 more, because that's clipped off his legs by Rishi. In fact, it isn't. It came off the pad. Same result in terms of 4 being added to the scores. But this happens a bit with Akhtar. I've noticed it in the game. He comes on and immediately sort of concedes runs. And 12 off the first 3 balls. Of the first 4.
David Payne mentioned it when he was on commentary as well. It just hasn't really quite looked in rhythm in this match. Akhtar, compared to how it seemed to be coming out at New Road.
Runs away from us and bowls. That's a better line and a length, and Patel is forward in solid defence, pushing the ball to Van Buren. Patel onto 55 off 82. Holland 36 off 87. 108 without loss, trailing now by just 34 runs. And Dent comes out of short leg and goes back into what is becoming his customary position in the covers. Akhtar is in, line and length, Patel forward. End of the over. An expensive one for Gloucestershire and Zaman Akhtar. Well, 8 runs against his name, but 12 added to the score. 108 without loss, Leicestershire.
He's cutting a frustrated figure, is Akhtar, and understandably so. Bowled so beautifully for the Lions and would have been wanting to come back here and just continue the good feeling from New Road, but it's just not quite happened for him. He did take 3 wickets in the first innings. To be honest, the way that wickets have fallen on this surface, 3 for 110, even if it's in 20 overs, might not be the worst figures. In fact, they're probably about the best figures of just about anybody in the match. But still, here comes Goodman bowling to Holland, who is respectfully forward and defending the ball up to mid-off. So the Yorkies will take 22 points from that encounter. So they were 27 behind Sussex, so they'll have closed that gap. Sussex didn't get any batting points, so they'll only get 3 points from the game.
Points. Okay.
So that will have closed that gap significantly. Goodman runs in and bowls, and Holland was initially going back there and then had to sort of prop slightly forward at the last minute, and again Goodman, hands flying to head, buckling at the knees a little bit, thinking he was close to going through Holland's defences. They still can't get that breakthrough though. You're getting a proper sense of Goodman's height as he comes in now as well, with the umpires having switched around. Didn't really get it with Jack Chantry at that end. Goodman bowls to Holland, who's opening the face slightly and tapping this one to backward point. Northamptonshire already lost a wicket at Merchant Taylor's school. Roland Jones, who got 5 wickets in the first innings, has removed Vasconcelos for 2. Northamptonshire 18 for 1, trailing by 39. Surely they can't subside there, but has been prone to subsiding, the Northamptonshire batting lineup this year. Goodman to the crease, he bowls, and driving Holland, it bounds past the attempted dive of Dent at short extra cover, but Van Buren is in the way at wide mid-off, and there's no run. Hampshire have got their scoring rate above 2 and over. Tom Prester's come out and he's obviously been utterly bored silly by what was going on before him, and he's got 16 from 15 balls. Either that or he didn't get the memo. Goodman bowls. This is flicked off the pads by Holland to deep forward square, and the first run from the over. 109 without loss. The Leicestershire arrears reduced now to 33. Be some good looking economy rates there. Simon Harmer 6 overs, 4 maidens, none for 3. Sam Cook 1 for 25 from 15 overs. Just not really sure what they're hoping to achieve. There's a deny Essex some bowling points, but you might as well go out and score some batting points if you're looking to make up ground. Bizarre. Lancashire finding themselves 4 down now at the Oval, with Josh Bohannon having been removed for 29. That might be the key wicket there. Goodman into Patel, who leans forward and prods it defensively to cover. So tight over from Goodman. He's through 5 overs for 13, but all the Gloucestershire bowlers with a 0 in the wickets column. 109 for no wicket.
I'll take some convincing that there's not some bad feeling in that Hampshire-Essex game because of that declaration that that caused what happened last night in terms of the Essex attitude when it came to batting. Akhtar looking for a better second over this morning than, well, now this afternoon, than he managed in his first in terms of length and accuracy. He's going to have a leg gully. Hammond has, in fact, leg slip has gone in there, and first slip Bancroft is standing fairly wide as Akhtar is in and bowls on off stump. Holland just calmly blocks it out into the offside. Apropos of absolutely nothing, but just simply to share it with you, I was looking on bookshelves of where I've been staying in Bristol last night. Picked out a book, and in goes Akhtar and bowls. That comes back a fraction and indicated as such by Holland. He took his right hand, his bottom hand, off the bat as he just managed to, in rather ungainly fashion, shovel it out defensively on the onside. And it was a book by Edmund Hillary and Vivian Fuchs about an expedition across the Antarctic. It was an original copy, and I opened the title page, and it was signed by both of them. I was very impressed. Outside off stump, cut away at 4. Well, Akhtar again, just straying in line and length, and yeah, he really does look out of sorts at the moment. Kicks moodily at the crease, but he knows straight away when he's bowled a bad ball, and kind of looks as though he expects it to be hit for 4 at the moment.
Such little margin, really. I saw it in Leicestershire's bowling innings as well. The ball is coming onto the bat enough that the bad deliveries are going.
In he goes. Oh, a shocking delivery that he floats down the leg side, very full. Bracey dives to his left, can't get there, and it is, I think, did he signal for wides?
Wides, yeah. I think it was,
which is very kind. I don't think
it was quite generous on Bracey, yeah.
I don't think it was. It didn't. It looked to me to be inside. Let's have a look. We might not see it. But Bracey diving away to his left in the end couldn't get there. Well, you can see the puff of dust, and it's well inside the white line, but it's speared off to the left. I mean, it was horrible stuff.
I don't think Akhtar would be complaining.
No, in he goes and bowls onto the legs of Holland. Think it came off the pad, and as is his wont, Holland is dawdling slightly. A good throw comes in from Hammond, knocks out one of the stumps, the off stump, from our point of view, leg stump if you're batting, facing the bowling from that far end. But Holland had more than made his ground. The throw went behind him. No, he'd made it, surely.
I'd like to... I think he did, but I would like to have another look at exactly where his bat stopped there, because
it
did not stop very far over the crease line. We'll have to look at the over or something.
Akhtar is in, bowls outside off stump, and it's allowed to go through. Here we go.
I suspect it was over and he judged it, but I'd just be quite interested to have a look at just how far over that was. It stops there, he plants it.
His foot was in.
And it's just...
His foot was in. He did overrun it. He was miles over.
You can still actually see the little bit of the ground that he took out by putting his
right
bat
foot
in.
Was in. Let alone the bat.
I'm not saying it was out.
Two is in, bowls a high, very, very short bounce that is signalled a no ball immediately by umpire Chantry on height. Didn't need the point umpire. Here we go again.
Right.
Look at his right
Plants
foot.
There, then his foot lands. Yes, but I wasn't saying that it wasn't safe, but it was. That's not clearing the crease line by very much.
No, it was
casual.
Yeah, slightly casual judgment on the part of Holland. In goes Akhtar and bowls to Patel. Line and length delivery that is blocked to mid wicket, and it might be from Van Buren and Gloucestershire's point of view.
He did not
look right. Would it be kind at this stage to take him straight off or say, do you want another? But he's giving him a pat on the back. I think that's it.
That last delivery still didn't look right. It looked like he was just kind of doing something to just at least manipulate the ball on the right line.
Yeah, just looking at him walking away, and De Lange's sort of consoling him, but he just looks he doesn't look injured. He just looks sort of deeply unhappy.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been actually shocked almost after that last one to see him go off, but he's clearly fine in terms of
physically, but
in terms of not
right
being
none for 29 off 4.
It's tough to watch that sort of thing when something's going that far wrong. You know, the 5 wides down the leg side, the ball ballooning over the keeper, and he's got such a lovely action as well. It was sort of hard to look at, and sort of, you don't look at it and think, oh, there's that could be an issue, that could be an issue. It's a really rhythmical action, and he generates some decent pace from it, but he's really fought it in this match, and even more so now. So Ollie Price is returning from the Ashley Down Road end, and you would imagine that Goodman might return then from the pavilion end now. Just over 40 minutes to go until lunch still. Leicestershire just behind, but only by 21 runs now as Price bowls to Holland, who leans forward and blocks it back to the bowler.
Glamorgan 9 down, and leading by just 26. That first home win in 5 years is almost within touching distance.
Knowing
for Derbyshire.
What goes on in the box up there, somebody will ask the question whether they can mess up chasing 30 or something. Price bowls, sweep shot, top edge, it's gone in the air, but it will fall safe. He's top edged it, and it's gone a long way in front of square. I was expecting Ahmed Saeed, who's on the field at short fine leg, to be in play there, and then the ball went absolutely nowhere near him, out to deep mid wicket for a single. They've top edged top edge, but they've hit a few sweeps in the air. But there just aren't that many fielders out there. Price bowls, wide delivery, driven firmly through extra cover. Fielder runs round the boundary. Excellent work from Zaman Akhtar. That should at least make him feel a little better. I'm sure it won't do all the work in one go, but that was a really committed piece of fielding from Akhtar around the boundary. A lot of ground to make up, and saves 2 runs. 124 without loss. Price bowls, swept round the corner. That was asking to be hit, and it got the treatment. 4 runs between short, fine and deep square. Had plenty of time to pick his spot there, Rishi Patel, and moves into the 60s. 128 without loss. Ahmed Saeed on the field, a slow left arm bowling all-rounder who took a 5-wicket haul for the seconds only a matter of days ago now. Just been moved a bit deeper and a little bit squarer round the corner on the leg side. An expensive comeback over this from Price, as this is flicked aerially down to long on by Patel. Ground is made up by Goodman down there, and a single added. It's been more than steady progress from Leicestershire this morning. I think most of us really would have been quite surprised to see them in any sort of trouble, and they certainly haven't been. 8 from this over. Price in, bowls, Holland skips down the pitch, clips it away, and it's very smartly fielded by Dent at short mid-wicket, gets down and stops it. And Ollie Price has got through 9 overs for 35, halved the over rate deficit, which is part of the task for Gloucestershire today. They will, assuming that this does end in a draw, which is a pretty safe assumption, I would suggest at this stage, they will take 16 points from the game, so they don't want to be losing 2 of those via the over-rate penalties. Now, have the umpires asked for the floodlights? They seem to be having a bit of a discussion. It's got a bit darker. I mean, it's not exactly gloomy out there, but they seem to be having a look at each other.
Surely not.
And they've already used up the championship allocation probably now in terms of the number of days they're allowed to use them for, so I should think they're already unavailable for Northamptonshire and for Sussex. So might as well use them while you can, because they probably don't have 4 full days to use now after they've been turned on for a couple of days and saved, by my reckoning, about 5 overs worth of cricket.
Yeah, it's been a little bit unfortunate in that respect. Liam Travasky's having a wander round the boundary as Goodman, with 2 short-ish mid-wickets, is in and bowls to Patel, who just waits for the delivery on off stump and guides it calmly to the vacant third man area for 4.
Consummate ease.
Yes. There wasn't too much wrong with the delivery. There was just enough width in it. The length was about right. He could lean forward and play with an angle bat. No third man Thank you very much. With those 2 short straight mid wickets. No third man. There is a long leg. But where are you going to bowl? Suggests it's going to be straighter. Goodman's ready to go, but Patel steps back. Quite sure why. Leg gully's in there again. Goodman is in and bowls. Stays a touch low and on off stump. Dug out by Patel. Defensively out towards backward point. Hammond. A big cry of ooh as he saw it keeping low.
I think one of the big frustrations here is that the 50 over pitches seemed, with a white ball, way more than this pitch has done. The 50 over pitches here seemed quite a bit.
Goodman bowls, leg stump line, pushed to the wider of the 2 mid wickets by Patel. Sort of begging the question, should we be playing on one?
I think the hybrid pitch may well be in use next round. May or may not be at this stage. But yeah, it's just been curious really when you would want the ball not to be seaming about.
Goodman is in a little bit of shape from sort of middle and off to that one. It was fullish, and Patel, who was getting ready to try and drive it straight, checked the shot, blocked it out towards the offside instead.
Gloucestershire were at their best in the 50 over competition when they were playing on the most batting friendly surfaces, and batters looked as though they really enjoyed that.
Goodman is in. Patel is solidly forward, pushing the ball out to mid-on that occasion. That weather map of yours suggests the sort of west-northwest, and Scotland is getting drowned at the moment, but it isn't quite extending down these parts, thankfully.
It's a good thing from an England point of view. They finished the test match yesterday.
Yeah.
Not sure they'd have got
Trafford
little if any
underwater.
play today, yeah.
Goodman turns, in he goes, bowls, clipped neatly off middle and leg-ish by Patel, out to De Lange, who's sweeping on the leg side boundary. Patel takes 1, moves on to 67, keeps the strike, and Fox is 8 short of making Gloucestershire bat again. 134 without loss of 32 overs, 74 remain to be bowled today.
There's a kind of a strip of rain which, if it continues on its current path, will hit here at some point, but it might spoil potentially quite an exciting finish brewing at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are 257 for 8 in their second innings, a lead of 355 over Somerset. Somerset have already effected one sizable chase against Warwickshire this season. Price bowls down the pitch. Is Rishi Patel whipping this one out over wide long on all the way for 6. He manoeuvred that ball as well so that long on was never really in play. It looked slightly after it, did Patel, after he hit it, but possibly more in admiration than concern. And Patel opens his shoulders and hits Price for 6. 140 without loss. Leicestershire now just trail by 2 and make that 1 as Patel drops and runs out into the covers. Moves on to 74. First 6 of the innings, that one.
I think it's really important here for Patel, as well as Leicestershire, but you know, primarily for the batter himself, that he goes on here, and you know, the perfect opportunity to make a big 100.
Holland eyeing twin tons as he defends off the front foot into the onside. Way to go on 42, but there's really nothing to suggest that it wouldn't be possible. And I think also once the fire goes out of Gloucestershire's pace bowling attack, then yeah, it'd be interesting to see what is sent down this afternoon. Price bowls a quicker delivery and Holland forward defends to short leg. I think everybody bar about Leicestershire's top 4 or 5 probably quite welcome early conclusion to proceedings, but we shall see. Price bowls, skipping down the pitch, Holland, and quite getting to the pitch of the ball, so he just... Well, he probably could have kicked that away, really, because he stepped down and outside off stump and...
Well, 12 Gloucestershire bowlers have taken wickets in the county championship this season, so... Options.
You're going to ask me to name all of them, are you? In comes Price bowls, full and wide, and Holland unfurls a drive but doesn't time it. It's fielded at wide mid-off. No run.
Obviously a fair few are not playing in this game. Middleton, Shaw,
Price,
Gohar,
T.
Price T, as you say, Webster. Taylor.
He's doing his laps again this morning, Matt Taylor, so again, groin injury, hopefully not.
Cameron Bancroft hasn't turned his arm over yet. Miles Hammond has bowled 1 over and 5 balls. Ben Charlesworth
He
bowled in the first
innings, yeah.
Dent.
Chris Dent could bowl. He's been, I think he's been making himself available to
He's been practicing
Graham
a few, hasn't he?
Yeah, whether he would bowl spin or seam up would be the question.
In goes Goodman and bowls to Patel, who plays straight back down the wicket in defence. And there is no run, just 1 run in it now, in terms of the overall scores. And a slight sense of lassitude beginning to creep over the ground, one has to say. Gloucestershire not giving the appearance of a side that definitely believe they're going to take 10 wickets. In goes Goodman and bowls. Patel just leans forward and pushes it into the gap between point and cover. Patel then slips as he looks to turn for the second, and well, doesn't actually pick himself up. He turns on his knees and takes a couple of sort of crawling movements to make sure his bat is back in his crease. Scores a level. Gloucestershire will have to bat again, whatever happens in this game. Patel on to 75, leans on his bat. Holland on 42. Still got those 2 mid-wickets in as Goodman is in. Holland is sort of waiting for it, leaning on the front foot as the ball rises up to him, plays it with an angled bat, but doesn't get it wide of point, so no run.
I've got some
news,
entertainment.
Chocolates.
No, don't get too hopeful. I'm just hoping for some good news at this point. With a whole afternoon session potentially ahead.
Danish pastries. Goodman is in, bowls short, and it just about gets up high enough for to clear Holland's head as he ducked right down.
No, I've been saving this for I was going to say a rainy day, but a rainy day might be what several people are praying for at the end of this. But I've got a cricket scenarios quiz that we could try and do later on.
Okay.
In terms of out or not out.
And goes Goodman, and forward goes, or leaning forward is Holland, defending out to Dent in the covers.
I have no doubt that we'll not get all of them right, but it may well come to that, as Gloucestershire are inevitably at some point firing through overs, because the over rate has gone from -1 to -2 again.
Goodman in, bowls, turned the foolish delivery off his legs, but without any aggressive intent by Holland, to the wider of the 2 mid-wickets. Bancroft made the stop, takes off his cap. Could this be because he's about to bowl? No, it's because he's going to go in field close, I suspect, again.
I don't even know
it
what
may
he
happen.
bowls.
It may happen.
I think I did look this up before, and that he had bowled, but it doesn't list on the well-known cricketing website that I used, because of the fact that he keeps wicket. It lists fielding position at wicket-keeper rather than what he bowls. He has bowled some leg breaks at times in the field when he's just been throwing the ball from himself to another fielder, but I don't know whether that's what he would. In fact, he's got a first-class bowling average of 38.5, 2 for 77 in 11 overs. Makes things happen. Here comes Price to Patel, who's forward holding the pose of the defensive shot, and goes back to the bowler. Economy rate of 7, average of 38.5. That's my kind of bowler. Get on with it. Price in once more and shimmying down. Patel, he's hit it out towards long on. Goodman is underneath it and he takes the catch on the boundary rope at wide long on. And Ollie Price has bought himself a wicket with the scores level. Leicestershire have lost their first wicket. He hit a 6 like that earlier on, where he was really quite careful to hit it wide of the fielder at long on, but there he just didn't quite get to it and had to watch in horror as Goodman, to start with, I think thought that was going over his head, because it's just relatively short boundary. You kind of think everything is going to go over you there, I guess, and then all of a sudden realised he actually didn't even need to take it palms facing up on the boundary, lobbed straight to him. Leicestershire 142 for 1.
And that's kind of the point I was making, really. Great contribution, important contribution. 110 runs in the match, or however many he's got, but not the sort of scores which will catch the eyes of those who can fulfil his justified ambitions, really. And and there's a lot of good young batsmen out there who would have gone on in those. So right, okay, well, here there are runs here to be taken. I'm going to take them. Yeah, it's good to be aggressive, but he didn't have to hit the ball in the air. So,
or he could have, gone through with the shot more, something like that. I mean, he just tried to time it over the ropes. He tried to place it a bit as well, but
the disappointment is kind of because he has the potential to go on and have a shot at a higher level, and he may not get that opportunity unless he starts really converting these sort of good scores into big 3-figure scores, big hundreds.
Well, Ollie Price has his name in the wickets column, got 2 in the first innings and has 1 here. Lewis Hill, a new man. The field has come in substantially for him as Price bowls to Hill, who leaves, and Price is appealing for leg before wicket here. It must just have,
I don't think it turned
off
much.
that pad, but yeah, could certainly have been asking rather a lot of the ball, even out of the foot marks. The ball was stopped, half stopped by Hammond and slip. It didn't matter because Hill hadn't played a shot. Here he does, and jabs a drive up to mid-on. Shovelled it up there. Slipping a short leg, shortish extra cover, and mid-wicket as well. Price bowls outside the off-stump, left by Hill, and it's got past Bracey and Hammond's reactionary tumble and down to the boundary for 4 byes. Leicestershire's lead now 4. Did that keep low? No, it just didn't turn at all. Yeah, Bracey was expecting it to turn out of the footmarks, and it just didn't.
Absolutely, arrow straight on.
146 for 1. Price to Hill, who drives, not particularly pleasant fashion, out to cover, and that will go down as a wicket maiden from Price with the 4 byes being the runs from the over. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 42. And because of that wicket, Gloucestershire have turned back to one of their big men, not the big man, but Marchand de Lange has ball in hand, ready for a second spell of the morning.
Well, Hill could do with some time at the crease. 2 more wickets, another wicket or 2 before lunch, and you just never know. So again, a little bit of hope for Gloucestershire. De Lange is into Holland onto the sort of body. Again, bottom hand coming off the bat as he looks to shovel it rather around the corner. Came off the thigh pad, I think, in the end, and Hammond, sprawling to his right at leg gully, made the stop. Not the most attractive piece of cricket we'll see today,
but perhaps not the most unattractive either, given what might still be to come.
Well, this is true. In goes De Lange, bowls straighter this time, but again fractionally short of a good length, so Holland stays on the back foot, blocks it out to point, where Charlesworth is the fielder.
Raining at the Utilita Bowl. The crowd will be devastated about that.
In goes De Lange, bowls, defended on the back foot again by Holland, out to Charlesworth at point.
127 for 2 in the 51st over. They've accelerated no end. Kevin James's rain dance has worked.
De Lange bowls, good delivery and pushed by Holland in front of point, so Charlesworth has to run back towards the point boundary. He picks up 2, but I won't mind that too much, De Lange, in that he was pushing at a delivery without really getting to the pitch of it. Holland, he's been in long enough to get enough on it to get it away, but wasn't again entirely convincing. He moves on to 44. De Lange bowls down the leg side, got that one wrong, stepped inside the line. Holland positioned to play at it but didn't let it go through to Bracey. 148 for 1 with that 2 runs, so the lead is now 6. 70 overs after this. Potentially remain to be bowled in the day if we get them all. And the threat of rain at 12 has gone, really. It's drifting away. In goes De Lange, bowls again onto the body, turned this time deliberately by Holland, attempted to get it wide of the diving leg gully, but Hammond sprawled to his left and made a good stop, and with his love of terra firma, stays there, lies there, in full communication with the ground. End of the over, 148 for 1. Leicestershire with 19 minutes to go until lunch.
That line of rain might actually be avoiding us. Right, Price having come off a wicket maiden. I'll have a go at the new man Hill, yet to get off the mark. Let's see if they can pinch another one before lunch. Give them some motivation for the afternoon session. In goes Price, bowls back Hill and knocking this one out to cover. There's no run. Just looked a little bit suspicious about what that ball might do. Lewis Hill. Price bowls. Hill is forward and far more confidently this time, playing out to backward point, going for a bit of a wander and wander back. Price not exactly absolutely rushing through these, though he didn't have to. Price bowls cutting Hill forcefully through cover point. He's picked the gap and picks up 4 off the mark with a boundary. And Leicestershire's 150 comes up for the innings, 152 for 1, lead of 10. He has bowled out there as Price in the hope for the ball to misbehave, but if it doesn't, then that's always the issue. And Hill, being a slightly shorter man in stature than Patel, as he drives this time out into the covers, takes a single, 153 for 1. Slightly shorter in stature, he's going to be there to play the cut shot a little bit more easily than Patel, who did cut past a couple. Price bowls, loops that one up there, and Holland strokes it up to mid-on, where Goodman fields. Up now for Holland, who's not shown any signs that he particularly wants to launch Price over the top. Having said that, he's now going to go back to long on, so preemptive move, no doubt. And Holland, having seen him go back, decides to take the single that's on offer. Down to Goodman, whose cap flies off as he launches the throw in. 6 from the over, 154 for 1. Derbyshire seem to be being quite careful in their chase of 27. They're in the 6th over, with Kieran Carlson having opened the bowling and Sam North East having come on first change and bowled 1 over for 1. So yeah, they're obviously making sure, Messrs Came and Rees, that they're there at the end. Still require 12 to win. I'm sure they'll be enjoying that spectacle. Every moment of it they'll be savouring as the chase is completed.
It'd be hard not to be amused if a sudden massive cloudburst drenched Derby, wouldn't it? Kept them off. DeLanger is in from the pavilion end, bowls and stays a fraction low, dug out rather by Holland. Just adjusted his bat down as he leant forward and blocked that one out into the on side. No, I mean, good luck to our friends in Derby. 5 years is an awful long time for their home supporters.
2 years is long enough here.
DeLanger in, bowls, better length. Staying on the back foot though is Holland and dropping it out into the offside.
No, it says off break, Sam North East. I wonder whether he bowled leg breaks or not. It was another one that I couldn't remember having seen bowl before.
A few Leicestershire supporters making the point, as I did really, that Lewis Hill does need an innings, so big opportunity for him to just bat here. That's all you need to do. As DeLanger is in, 2, Holland looks to turn the slightly short of a length delivery off his body. Doesn't, I don't think, get anything on it. Comes off the thigh pad. Runs out towards leg gully, and Bracey, shedding gauntlets en route, is quickly enough to the ball to prevent any quick single being taken. Hammond no longer being at that leg gully position.
Somerset have been set 369 to win by Warwickshire.
DeLanger in, bouncer, loops heading down into the gloves of Bracey. Holland having just bobbed at the knees and let it bounce over his left shoulder.
I suspect it is going to rain there though, so it's quite hard to see that game being quite the exciting conclusion it might be. Jack Leach 5 for 77 in the second innings.
DeLanger fuller this time, looking for the York, almost got it right, but staying on the back foot. Holland saw it early and managed to clip it out. To Zaman Akhtar, who's lurking on the sort of mid-wicket, almost square leg boundary. And the leg gully's going to, well, leg slip, leg gully, sort of between the two, is going to go back in for Hill. Can conventional gully as well. Hammond sort of shuffling across to his left. Was it Charlesworth in there now? In goes Delanger and bowls the bouncer. Hill seemed to know that one was coming relatively early and ducked underneath it. End of the over. 155 for 1 with the single. The lead then is, what, 13 now? And there are, well, we would have to guess, but 3 overs, 4 overs until lunch, something like that.
Yeah, the relegation scrap in Division 1 certainly going to be opened up, with Worcestershire 49 runs away from beating Kent, 52 for 2 at New Road. Bit of a race against the rain there, wanting to make sure that gets wrapped up. Ollie Price into Holland, who taps and goes. Nobody at cover. Van Buren has to jog round from mid-off. One more run. 156 for 1. And Worcestershire will pick up a handsome haul of points from that game. 23. Be their second win of the season. Price bowls and Hill defends into the onside. And Warwickshire, I suppose their draw would keep them ahead of Lancashire. Lancashire would probably be dragged back into the bottom 2. Nottinghamshire, if they lose as well, in serious danger. Cut away by Hill. Work to do round the boundary from deep point. Dive and, oh gosh, has he kept that in? The ball has ended up in the field of play.
Yeah, but his left hand
in contact with the rope, but, well, it's going to go down as 2.
I don't think it makes any difference, but
Hill moves to 7 on 58 for 1. Ollie Price in to Hill, driving, picks out Van Buren at wide mid-off. Yeah, still a lot of candidates for the drop. Nottinghamshire still 8 down, trailing by 19, but following on as Price bowls. That's a lovely shot from Lewis. Hill driven through right where a conventional mid-off would be, never left the floor, and it speeds away down to the boundary for 4 runs. Field set invited that shot, but you still have to hit it away. And Hill into double figures, 162 for 1. Runs there for the taking. Lead is 20. Price, last ball of this over, bowls, and Hill comes forward looking for a single, but Holland doesn't fancy it. Bracey's done enough to keep them where they are. 7 from the over. And yeah, we might still get 3 more in before the lunch break.
First of which will be bowled by Big Marchant. Price 1 for 55 now. The successful bowler, courtesy of a little bit of a rush of blood from Rishi Patel. He's going to be bowling to Ian Holland. And he get his 50 before lunch. In he goes and bowls a full toss that Holland gets very low on the bat, just from outside off stump, and rather smears it out towards the point boundary. Takes his single, there being a sweeper out there. Charlesworth, so Holland on to 48 now. 163 for 1. Plenty of change in the field for the still relatively new to the crease Hill, though he's on 11 off 14 balls. Helmet's coming out for Dent, who's going to go in at short leg. Again, the leg slip / gully is in position, as well as a conventional gully, and Bancroft standing wide at slip. Bracey gestures to Bancroft to go that bit wider. He's almost at Well, certainly second slip, not that far off. Third. In goes De Lange, bowls a bouncer. Hill just ducks underneath it. Walks off towards short leg. They'll have played it against each other any number of times, Hill and Dent. Not much conversation, if any, going on between them, though.
No, he's quite quiet, is Chris Dent, really.
De Lange bowls again, short, lobbed up into the air and caught. The most simple of catches. The bouncer worked up towards the chest of Hill, who sort of stepped inside it. Quite what he was trying to do there. I'm not sure whether it was the glove or whether it was the bat, but it couldn't have given us off the top of the bat. Looped gently to Dent, who took it without moving an inch, 2 hands above his head, as it would have landed actually on his helmet. And De Lange has picked up a second wicket for Gloucestershire before lunch. One more, and Leicestershire's lunch wouldn't be taken quite as comfortably as it might otherwise have been. They're 163 now, but for 2, leading by only 21 runs.
Yeah, especially given that you'd imagine it will be Ajinkya Rahane who will be coming out, so either...
Do you have a lunch watchman?
Yeah, the lunchtime hawk was briefly floated, I think, when Stuart Broad was still playing for England over the last couple of years.
It is Rahane.
Yeah, but either way, if Gloucestershire take a wicket, they'll either have the established batter Holland, who's been out there in the middle for all of this innings and a substantial part of Leicestershire's 402 as well, or they'll have a prize wicket of Rahane, who was removed in the first innings by Goodman for 12. Part of the concern, I suppose, from a Gloucestershire point of view coming into this innings, apart from just the nature of the pitch, was, is it particularly likely that Messrs Rahane and Hanscom will both fail again second time around? But they've at least got Rahane under a bit of pressure here with a few minutes to go until the lunch break. Short leg, leg slip, leg gully. Certainly gone on the attack with the field. It was a really fun bit of fast bowling from Marchant de Lange to get Hill.
In he goes and bowls a little bit short to Rahane, who pulls him for 4. Well, wasn't quite the delivery that he bowled to Lewis Hill. And these are circumstances in which someone like Ajinkya Rahane should thrive, really.
That's the first boundary that de Lange has gone for in his 9th over.
It was short and it was straighter. It was pulled from just outside off stump. And leg gully has gone back sort of 3/4 of the way to the boundary, almost sort of deep backward square for the top-edged pull, perhaps. De Lange is in again to Rahane, short down the leg side, and Rahane just steps inside and watches it fly down that leg side. Bracey. 2 hands.
He really worked over Karun Nair, did de Lange, in the game against Northamptonshire earlier this year. Had Nair ducking and weaving and ended up fending one off to second slip. Another Indian Test batsman in his sights.
In he goes and bowls. Good line and length. Ooh, says Marchant, in the clear belief that it almost broke through. Almost defeated the fairly solid defence of Rahane and smashed into the top of middle stump, in fact. Came out pretty much out of the middle of Rahane's bat and ran out towards mid-on instead. 167 for 2. The lead 25. Might just squeeze in 2 overs, but that change, that wicket falling, makes it more likely that this will be the last.
I'm sure they'd love to get another over in Gloucestershire, but
yeah, let's all do their best to make sure.
These two will be too wise, I suspect, to let that happen under 3 minutes to go. In fact, it's pretty close to 2 minutes to 1. Then, of course, the over's got to be completed. The umpires have to get in position. Back goes Hill, drops that down into the ground. That's the sort of action that Gloucestershire want, but I think pretty much actually they've even given this up already. Bracey didn't toss it straight back to Price. Price in once more, bowls, cut by Holland out towards mid-off, and Buren will not have a shot at the stumps. I thought it might have a go at it, but decides not to. Rahane will of course need to take guard because he's not taken strike from that end yet, so that will eat up another few seconds. 168 for 2. Lead up to 26. Rahane will be assiduous in his carving out of his mark, and then a little wander over as well, survey the field. Still 4 balls left in the over. Price moves in, bowls Rahane down the pitch and chipping this one towards mid-on. I don't think was a bump ball. It was in the air for a bit of time, but could have brought mid-wicket into play. A slightly curious shot selection, given this is likely to be the last over before lunch. You'd have thought he would just want to be there at the other side of the break. Price bowls, width on offer. Rahane drives. Again, it was in the air for a little bit of time, but there's really nobody in a catching position on the offside. Rahane takes a single, and 169 for 2. Holland back in the firing line on 49. There really is no chance for another over, so De Lange can rest in the knowledge that he'll have a break of 40 minutes. Price bowls, Holland loops that one in the air. It's just short and wide of Price. He was through the shot too early there, and it was almost like he was trying to give Price catching practice for a moment there. Hit something in the pitch and just stopped. Yeah, maybe a bit of turn out of footmarks out wide just doing him, and they're playing a lot of shots given the situation. I'll be relieved to get into lunch all of a sudden. Last ball of the morning session. Price bowls to Holland, who is careful in keeping that one out. And 2 runs from Price is over. We will take lunch at bang on 1 o'clock with Leicestershire 163 for 2. A morning session dominated by a massive opening partnership between Rishi Patel and Ian Holland. 142 it was worth in the end. They added 101 runs on to the overnight score before Patel rather gifted Gloucestershire his wicket, lofting the ball down to long on, caught by Goodman off the bowling of Ollie Price for 75, and then Marchand De Lange with a bit of menace. They did call him, I think, the Marchant of Menace down at Taunton to get rid of
Very good.
Lewis. Hill fending a delivery off, caught by Dent at short leg for 11. Holland's still there though on 49. Gloucestershire have found him tricky to remove. Does seem to enjoy batting against them. And Ajinkya Rahane on 5. Leicestershire's lead 27. 2 wickets down, still shouldn't be in any strife. We'll see what the afternoon brings, both in terms of weather and in terms of action. Time for some lunch. We'll be back in 40 minutes.
In the field, the Gloucestershire side, captained by Graham Campbell. And resuming for Leicestershire there, third wicket pair of number 3, Ajinkya Rahane, and number 22, Ian Holland. That's all the first over after lunch from the Bristol pavilion end. Number 90, Martin Brown.
Well, we will, Ian Randall, we will welcome them back to the middle. 169 for 2, Leicestershire's position, having lost a couple of wickets on the, well, not quite on the stroke of lunch, but certainly close to. And Ajinkya Rahane and Ian Holland out in the middle for Leicestershire, who lead by 27 runs on this final day, just after lunch. And Marchand de Lange bowling the first over after lunch and getting Rahane in a bit of a tangle. First delivery, almost as if he was done a little bit for lack of pace there, just seemed a bit nonplussed by it, expecting the vicious bouncer with de Lange, a short leg in place, a slip, sort of putting the short ball in Rahane's mind, a deep-ish backward square, is not quite on the boundary. As de Lange runs in, bowls to Rahane, who on drives, work to do for Singhdale. He gets down and stops it from going to the boundary at least. They will take a single, which I think they were going to get anyway, so good work from Ajit Singhdale as Rahane moves to 6. Holland on 49, still a chance of twin hundreds in this match. Leicestershire to 170 for 2. It's getting, dare I say it, a little gloomy at Bristol, so been looking on the weather radar. There is that strip of rain which is on the way as de Lange bowls a rising delivery. Holland takes a hand off the bat and
gets his 50.
Fins it round the corner, and that will indeed be his half century. He just doesn't actually even look at the dressing room as he raises his bat there. I suppose it's sort of a weird thing, isn't it, when you've just been in the dressing room with your teammates and then you go out and score one run and then raise your bat. But whether he was a bit more concerned about some more pain in his hand, didn't really raise his bat with any great dramas. A short ball from de Lange pulled away in the air, and he's been brilliantly caught by Zaman Akhtar at backward square leg. Rahane took on the short ball, and the field placement, as it turns out, was absolutely perfect. And Akhtar, with a leaping catch to his right, has removed Rahane, and Gloucestershire have a prize wicket straight after lunch as Leicestershire lose Rahane and are now 171 for 3, leading by 29.
Super catch. How fortunes can change. He looked unhappy man before lunch, understandably. Zaman hadn't gone well for him with the ball, but boy, has he made potentially has he made a contribution there. Super catch. Used every inch of his long body, flinging himself away, got a hand underneath the ball, and who knows, Leicestershire only 29 ahead, and they are 3 wickets down.
Fantastic fast bowling again from de Lange. It could certainly question the execution of the shot for sure, but the ball was put in exactly the right place. And Rahane had already signalled his intentions a little bit before the lunch break that he was going to try and take on the short delivery, but just didn't really get on top of it. And Akhtar had a lot of work to do at that backward square position. It must be a slightly odd position to field, because you practice catches on the boundary and you practice catches at a certain distance. Not sure you ever really practice catches either in that particular position or at that distance, but made up terrific ground to his right. And I think it was one-handed it wasn't it?
Whether he really twigged Rahane exactly where he'd been placed. Akhtar, he's still there in that position, but it was good bowling, really good.
De Lange has been
into the ribs.
Fantastic this second innings. I mean, I thought he bowled pretty well in the first innings, but he was certainly, after day one, was saying, yeah, there's more to come. We wanted to do better. Well, he's certainly leading from the front this innings. Peter Hanscom into the middle and turning the ball into the onside, stopped by Ollie Price, who's fielding at a short mid-wicket So another catcher goes in close on the leg side. A big gap between Van Buren at wide mid-off, but in close, and point. But De Lange's not going to be pitching too many deliveries up. He bowls, Hanscom tries to pull. It was a majestic looking pull, but it really did plink off his bat out to short mid-wicket. And again, Gloucestershire, I think, would be quite happy to see Hanscom taking on the short delivery at this stage, rather than trying to bob and duck out of the way of it. And the end of another fantastic over from De Lange. 2 for 19 from 10 overs. I think he's still only... I can only conceded a couple of boundaries maximum, yet still just the one boundary that he's gone for in this spell. And 171 for 3 now, with the lead sitting at 29. And Ollie Price to resume from the Ashley Down Road end. So still sticking with this one spinner, one quick bowler strategy for now, although Singdale is loosening up at backward point.
Yeah, important partnership now for Leicestershire. They need to just get a little calm back into proceedings. Hanscom, you would think the right man, and Holland with his first innings century, now a half century in the second innings, unlikely to give it away. In goes Price and bowls. Holland, with all the time in the world, just goes back and blocks it out into the onside. Bancroft steps across. It definitely has got markedly darker. Singdale warming up. Price is in, gives it plenty of air, walking forward. Holland then just blocks it back down the pitch to Price. Short leg and slip, the two close catches. As Price is in, forward goes Holland, pushing it into the gap, the huge yawning gap in the covers, almost as though they wanted to give him one there. And he takes the single, brings Hanscom down on strike. Actor is in the same position-ish for Price's bowling as he was for De Lange's. Not for the same reasons, you wouldn't have thought, but for the top-edged sweep, perhaps, rather than the pulled bouncer. Yeah, could stand to be corrected. In goes Price and bowls, and Hanscom goes back and just works it calmly to Dent at mid-wicket. You've seen him bowl a bounty?
No, I haven't. No, saw Joe Root did that again not so long ago, but Price, nope.
In he bowls, in he comes and bowls well wide of off stump. He's perfecting that one that goes straight on from out there. This time Bracey reads it, doesn't anticipate any spin, and takes it as it goes straight on. Price in, bowls, Hanscom almost down on his right knee as he blocks that one out into the onside. Good clean over from Price. No real threat in it, but just conceded the single from it. Leicestershire now lead by 30, and there are 63 overs in theory left to be bowled today. Could be more, of course, but it's unlikely, very unlikely.
Tidy over from Price, and it seems that Actor will be coming on to bowl, as De Lange, I think, has gone off the field.
Oh, I hope he's alright, because...
Or is he down there? He's not down there at fine leg, is he? You've got the binoculars. Mr. Healy, that isn't him there. No, it's not. It definitely isn't. I think he has gone off the field, because I saw Ahmed Saeed jogging on. So Actor replacing De Lange from the pavilion end. Actor in now, bowls. Holland forward defending out into the onside. I did wonder briefly whether they were, well, as you say, it could have been changing ends. They might have thought, well, let's get Actor on after he's feeling much better about himself, having pulled off that fantastic catch. Give him a chance to have a go and maybe change ends, but Yeah, again, nothing really looked wrong from De Lange. Actor bowls played down into the ground by Holland. It just bobbles out into the offside, and there is no run. Yeah, I mean, it's getting a bit gloomy, and that would certainly, at this point, not be welcomed by Gloucestershire having got that wicket after lunch. Actor bowls to Holland, who I think not for the first time in this match has inadvertently played the ball twice. We saw, I think, James Bracey do that at one point yesterday, and the ball bounced straight back off the pitch into his bat again, but no run once more, and Gloucestershire certainly exercising some control after the lunch break, which was something that they did struggle for at times. Actor runs in, bowls a full ball, it's driven down into the ground. Actor leaps up into the air and gets a fingertip on it, but Singdale does the finishing up work at mid-on. Seems to be running in with a brace on his left heel, does Actor, which I'm not sure he had on before lunch, or at least if he did, it was inside.
He did have it on.
Right, oh, he did, right.
Yep.
I didn't notice it then. Apologies for that. Actor in bowls, and again it's on the money, on the stumps. Holland has to keep it out.
It's like the one Chris Wokes wears, isn't it? On his left. I think it's hopefully just extra support. Apologies.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that I mean, a lot of bowlers will be wearing all sorts of supports. I mean, knee braces, that sort of thing that you never see. Actor past umpire Chantry bowls, and once more Holland has to meet it in defence, but does so with what seems like quite a decent amount of time. But maiden over from Actor, which will make him feel an awful lot better about his bowling efforts, as we get some beautiful shots on the Gloucestershire live feed of, I assume the first one was Lewis Hill's departure, which the pose is being held by Chris Dent, and it was simplest of lobbed catches at short leg, and he's still standing there with the ball clasped in front of him. Nice shot.
In goes Price, and it's hitting the air for a few feet by... Is it... Sorry, have I jumped in?
No,
it is me. Out towards mid-on by Hanscom. Stopped on the bounce by Goodman. Seems to be about 3/4 legs, doesn't he, Goodman? Out there in goes Price, and lobs that one up. Forward goes Hanscom, just poking the ball carefully out into the on side. So it's still slightly gloomy, but no sign of rain at the moment, as Price is in outside off stump. That maybe does turn a fraction, and Hanscom holds the pose as it comes either off the pad or off the inside edge and rolls out into the on side. Gloucestershire still very, very interested here. Leicestershire only 30 ahead as Price is in and bowls. Hanscom pretty much getting to the pitch of that one, blocks it out into the offside. Price jogs forward to pick up the ball. Hammond at slip, of course. Who's in there at short leg, is it?
Bancroft.
Bancroft, of course it is. With his cap tucked in his back of his trousers, as Hanscom again is forward, pushing that one with a closed bat face out towards Dent at pretty short mid-wicket. Price bowls. Forward goes Hanscom, pushing out into the offside, and if both batsmen go, there's certainly one there. Both batsmen went, and there was certainly one there. Price fields off his own bowling. Hanscom keeps the strike. He gets off the mark with that single. extends Leicestershire's lead to all of 31. The wind is getting up under the dark cloud as well. The trees are beginning to sway slightly alarmingly. Not that there are many trees around. Well, there are a couple of mature, rather splendid trees away to our right between the mound stand. Are they in the school grounds?
Those, yes, I think just the other side of the fence, aren't they?
Yeah, Gloucestershire would have had them down by now if they'd been built something there.
James Bracey and Cameron Bancroft's faces, sort of mid-catch on that latest shot that we've seen. I'm sure we'll be able to check them out on social media later as it's cut away in the air and down to deep third, and I think that has been dropped by Goodman down there. It was short and it was wide, and Hanscom almost contrived to get out to what was pretty filthy delivery.
I just wasn't sure whether it had bounced or just before, and he was sort of trying to... whether it actually carried it. It was just... there was minimal reaction. Carved it out there, and then everybody paused.
I must admit, it's getting quite gloomy, and I lost sight until it was with Goodman, as that one strikes the thigh pad of Holland and goes out into the onside for no run. I must say, I'd seen the shot, I'd seen the ball go off, but I lost it in the flats, and then all of a sudden he was there with Goodman launching himself to his right. Actor bowls a full ball. It's driven off the bottom of the bat, and I think he stopped that with his shin. Miles Hammond missed his hand as he tumbled across to his right, and he stopped that with his right shin. I really don't miss those sorts of ones.
No.
Just off a pitch end there, and banged him on the leg. Much better this from Actor post-lunch, despite the I suppose he nearly got a wicket with it even. He's not going to get a wicket with that one though, and Holland has played a cut shot. It's fairly tight to him, but he just picked the length off it and slashed it away backward of square past Goodman and to the boundary for 4. Holland on to 55, and despite occasionally looking slightly awkward at the crease, certainly not off that shot, but it continues to be a rock for Leicestershire. Actor tries a bouncer and Holland ducks underneath it comfortably. Not quite the same pace and response off the surface that De Lange was getting with his bumpers. Goodman is looking pensive down there.
He looks
I
like
think
the man
it did carry.
Who dropped a catch, didn't he?
It was tough, but was a chance. Actor bowls driving is Holland and steers it straight to Price at extra cover, who will then march to resume the bowling from that Ashley Down road end. 5 runs from the over, but not far off another wicket, and what a blow that might have been. Lead is 36. De Lange is back out on the field and just doing a few stretches, so Ahmed Saeed's latest stay on the field only for 3 overs.
Well, maintaining the mixed attack of off spin and pace. Van Buren just fiddling with the field slightly, or Price is really, but it remains essentially the same as Price comes in and bowls to Peter Hanscom, who is just pushing into the gap in the offside. Jogging up from backward point is De Lange, and 1 is taken. Hanscom on to 4. 3, I beg his pardon. They only pick up the 1 when it went down to 3. I suppose they were waiting for it to see what would happen. On to 3 then. Price is in to Holland, just drifting a little bit down onto the legs of Holland, who went back, just nibbled it around the corner, but Van Buren is there. Hanscom politely picks up the ball, lobs it to Price. It not having been taken cleanly by Dent. Price is in, bounces past the outside edge of the groping bat of Holland. Bracey took off the off bail. It's very difficult to tell, isn't it?
Yes.
Bracey's back absolutely obscured quite what that one did, but it did
straight
bounce
on with
a
the
little
arm,
bit.
I think, in terms of
so.
line. But yeah, it might have bounced a bit.
In goes Price and bowls, and Holland gets his bat to the pitch of that one, pushes it back up the pitch. Continues to be slightly grey and gloomy, but continues to stay dry as in goes Price, bowls outside off stump, bunted rather than driven really out towards mid-off by Holland. He will have to stay patient. Leicestershire need him just to hang around out there. Price in, Holland forward, into the gap it goes, and one is taken again. De Lange jogs up next to umpire Chantry to field. So just the two singles from the over. Ollie Price again just keeping things tidy and offering just the occasional threat. That one that bounced a little bit. A little bit of something, pills of some kind for Graham Van Buren. So perhaps he's got a headache or something. End of the over, of course, 180 for 3. Leicestershire's lead is 38. 59 overs potentially remain to be bowled today.
He does suffer a bit with his... suffers a bit with his back, I think, and
Painkillers
his shoulder.
potentially.
Does Van Buren, yeah. In comes Actor now. Bowled him! Holland with, I think, an inside edge as he played a fairly indeterminate shot to it, and Zaman Actor has stuck to a line and a length, and he's got rid of Holland, off the inside edge, off stump, is uprooted, and Gloucestershire now really in the hunt. Holland has gone for 56, key wicket. He'd been out there for 147 deliveries. Leicestershire lead by 38, are now 4 down as the floodlights come on.
Yeah, time still very much on Gloucestershire's side here. Weather may not be, but 3 huge wickets on either side of lunch really. Hill, then Rahane and Holland, the two of Leicestershire's main men really. Holland because of the way he's played in this game. Rahane because of the way he was expected to play but didn't. Hanscom doesn't look very impressed, does he? He's leaning on his bat looking down.
Well, how is Rehan Ahmed going to play this situation?
He can dig in. Interesting to see how he gets on. He might be thinking, well, a quick 30 or 40 or 50 will be runs to get. But as I say, time is still pretty much on Gloucestershire's side.
Yep, and how Gloucestershire attack him will be interesting as well, given there is the possibility if you do go too attacking, then can start to score very quickly and give you the sense that things are getting away from you. Do they just look to bowl at the stumps? Do they try and bang it in short at him? They've sort of got a field which is hedging its bets at the moment. But he's facing up to Actor, who's in and bowling to him, and played from the crease in defence. First ball towards short extra cover. There is no run. Not magnificent, but it's certainly, at least judging from the shadows that are almost not being created by the floodlights, should be able to continue for a while light-wise. Question is whether this rain is just going to catch. Actor bowls a short delivery, bottom edged by Rehan Ahmed. It will go down to the boundary as Bracey launched himself after it, trying to stop it, but couldn't do so. and 4 streaky runs to get Rehan Ahmed off the mark. Chopped down into the ground, not far off stump, but 4 more to the total.
Yeah, could so easily have gone on to off stump there. 3 wickets fallen in the space of just 17 runs. Foxes need a partnership.
Actor bounds in past the umpire bowls and pushed pleasingly up to mid-off by Rehan for no run, as Van Buren tidies up. So no short leg, but that semi-deep backward square is back in position where Actor took the catch to remove Rahane. In comes Actor, bowls, Rehan Ahmed drives, holds the pose even as it rests in the hands of short extra cover. Ollie Price is as though he's trying to squeeze moisture out of the ball. It's like he's sort of making cheese or something and squeezing the... separating the curds in the whey. Actor bowls, short ball clattered away through mid-wicket for 4 by Rehan Ahmed, and that will end the over. So Actor tried the bouncer, but he was waiting for it and put it away majestically through mid-wicket. And 188 for 4 the score at the end of that over, so 2 fours from it, but the vital, potentially, wicket of Holland. Umpire Shanmugam has his light meter out.
It doesn't feel bad, and indeed it isn't.
We certainly would have been pretty surprised if they were at least going to let spin bowl. Gloucestershire will have to hope that there's some lighter stuff behind this bank of dark cloud, because otherwise it's bound to come into play at some point. Bad light. Chances of getting all the 58 overs in if the light remains this way, not high. It's raining, by the way, at Worcester and at Edgbaston, this sort of line of rain, and it was just a question of whether it would be on Bristol's line. So far, not yet.
Oh, hang on.
But
it's raining, is it?
Now what? Demanded the ball.
Oh. Well, they just want to check the ball.
They have taken some wickets with this
ball. I was going to say,
I'd
not be too keen to change it necessarily.
They're going to change it, are they? Hanscom is not best pleased by the looks of things. Well, this is all a bit unsatisfactory when you'd have thought that Gloucestershire would quite like to be bowling, whether they've sort of...
It's a bit of a risk, isn't it?
Through, yeah. Well,
it might...
Who knows?
Get a flat one back. That said, those wickets that have fallen, you can't really ascribe them to the ball, can you? I mean, Patel holed out at deep mid-wicket. Hill got a really good bounce that he couldn't deal with. Rahane kind of ditto in a way, and they pulled a bouncer to backward square. And then Holland bowled off the inside edge. So, well, that one might have come back a bit off the seam, but you don't feel as though the ball has been a massive factor in any of the dismissals, really.
True, yeah.
So,
although the one thing I might wonder, though, is whether they might have been better off letting Price bowl with the softer ball and then having the harder ball come when the seamer was ready to bowl. I didn't actually see who it was who presented the ball to the umpires. All of a sudden, it was Dent, was it? Yeah, Dent, I think, had got one of the other balls changed earlier in the match, and I suppose having been captain for so long, he would certainly know how to butter up the umpires to get his way out there. But yeah, this has all taken rather a lot of time.
So, let's see if this one turns square for Ollie Price. steps in and bowls to Hanscom towards middle and leg. Hanscom pushes it on the front foot to short leg, where his fellow Australian Bancroft fields on the bounce. Price bowls, gives it some air, just a little bit leg-sidey though, and drifts around the corner. The throw from Van Buren coming in from the 45 is slightly wide. Bracey manages to stop the ball, but not cleanly. Hanscom picks up a single, moves on to 4. Leicestershire's lead goes up to 47. Now, what sort of field will they set for Ahmed? Well, Goodman is walking backwards, doesn't take him many strides with those long legs to get too long on as Price is in to Ahmed, a tempter. Ahmed just walks forward and pushes it out towards Dent at mid-wicket, but he really did give that one some air. He said, go on, see if you can clear mid-on, long on. Mid-on is pretty much up as Price is in. Ahmed goes back and sort of works it flamboyantly, if you can have such a thing as a flamboyant defence, back down the pitch to Price. Long on goes much straighter, Goodman now, as Price is in, bowls, back goes Ahmed and works it, but this time through the vacant mid-on area down towards Goodman and takes 1, moves on to 9. 190 for 4. Price into Hanscom, who's forward. Again, that right knee, the back knee almost touches the ground as he blocks that one out towards mid-wicket. Another, tends to be the same sort of thing with Price. He concedes a couple of singles, or post-lunch anyway, and doing a very good job for his side. Asking the odd question. The lead is 48 now. A lovely screenshot comes up. Ian Holland's off stump in mid-air.
Ian Holland, yeah.
He'd be delighted about that.
Especially if they've got it on in the dressing room. Suddenly looks up and sees that.
Hey up Dutch, look.
And, the castle breached. Does seem to be raining to about the east, north and west of here, but not as yet at Neville Road. Actor runs in and bowls to Ahmed, who drives gloriously through cover point for 4. Takes a couple of satisfied steps down the pitch, but only as a sort of a swagger, really. Wasn't even really a half volley. He's just picked it early and belted it. 194 for 4. He's got 13 off 9 deliveries. Lead is 52, so it's not as though it's getting away from Gloucestershire yet, but if he's out there for half an hour or so, then things could speed along. Still the same field, short extra cover in place as Actor bowls to Rehan, and that's off the thigh pad towards square leg. They will scramble through for a leg by 195 for 4. So the delay at New Road, I mean, they'll be chomping at the bit there. 46 runs still needed to win by Worcestershire to beat Kent. A huge win that would be, and it does look as though it probably will move through, but there'll be a nervous wait. Actor bowls a short ball cut away by Hanscom past Hammond at backward point, and that flies off to the boundary for 4 runs. And there's been one ball in particular that Actor has bowled quite a bit in this match. It's been that one which is short and wide outside the off stump, and very rarely has he not been made to pay. Hanscom on to 8, 199 for 4. Don't think Actor would claim he was trying for the same sort of shot hit in the air that may nearly have seen Hanscom back to the pavilion. This time it's full and outside the off stump and left through to Bracey. Does look as though in Division 2, as Yorkshire and Derbyshire have already wrapped up victories today. Yorkshire by 4 wickets, Derbyshire by 10 wickets. Northamptonshire continuing to make things interesting at Merchant Taylor School, 83 for 4 in their second innings lead of just 26. Actor bowls and a bit of bounce, but no real movement as Hanscom leaves. This ball is in its 50th over after all. Top 4 all out for Northamptonshire, so Middlesex might yet, despite all the interruptions there, come away with that victory. Last ball of this over, Actor completes it by bowling to Hanscom, who has to keep that one out and play it out to point. 199 for 4.
Tell you what, it is a bit darker now. You can see the players casting shadows. Just watching umpire Shunmugan whether he'll get out his light meter again. No, he takes the cap from Price and the sweater. Bancroft is going to leave short leg. He tosses the helmet to Miles Hammond to place behind wicketkeeper Bracey. And he's going to go, Bancroft that is, to shortish, straight-ish mid-wicket. Dent is kind of alongside him at a more conventional mid-wicket, because Ahmed is on strike as Price goes in and bowls, and it's a thickish outside part of the bat as he gropes forward at that one, runs out towards point. DeLange just walks in from backward point because there was always going to be one, and that brings up the Leicestershire 200. It's come up in decent time, 50 overs plus 1 delivery, but they are 4 down as Price is in. Hanscom's nibbling it around the corner, and it might have enough on it to run down to the boundary for 4. Van Buren grits his teeth as he charges in pursuit, but has to give it up a few yards from the ropes. So Hanscom into double figures, moves on to 12.
He's taken that off quite straight, actually. I thought it wasn't going way down the leg side, as I thought maybe it might have been to start with. Looking at the replay, it might even have grazed leg stump if he'd not made contact, but he did.
Price is in outside off stump, pushed out towards backward point, no run. I'm just thinking that without much to lose, I think I'd probably have a leg slip, turning it a fraction towards the right hander.
I do love a leg slip for pretty much any, but well, there you go. You're going to get one.
Yeah, Bancroft's gone in there, Buddy's gone in there from short leg. I think I'd have both, frankly, as Price is in to Hanscom, who is walking down the wicket, pushing firmly, but only as far as Dent at the fairly conventional mid-wicket. A little bit closer, perhaps, than he might otherwise be. 204 for 4, the lead 62. Price in, Hanscom back, and just almost lets ball hit bat, really, and turns it around the corner. Bancroft jogs out to field, no run. So they would need more than 1 run per over if all the wickets were to fall now. Gloucestershire, as in goes Price, and chopped away by Hanscom to the extra cover boundary for 4, and that means that Peter Hanscom has scored exactly 11,000 first-class runs. Congratulations to Peter. He has scored those runs at the merest fraction under 40. So we were talking about that a couple of days ago, weren't we? The 40 average in first-class cricket. Well, he's averaging 39.55. So he'd probably need an unbeaten 150 or something.
Yeah, I was going to say,
in the context of 11,000.
Because Bancroft's was only a 0.03 below 40, so over that many innings,
11,000 first-class runs to Peter Hanscom. Well played, sir.
Yep, fine career. Actor Starts a new over on the hip of Rehan Ahmed, and it's worked through square out to Charlesworth, who's occupying the actor position from earlier. One run, 209 for 4, lead of 67. Some of the sting of that double strike just being taken out, but as actor bowls to Hanscom, has to come forward and play this one out into the onside. This assumes a slightly strange posture with his technique, Hanscom, when he's playing those deliveries which are quite low down. But he still keeps it out relatively comfortably. Starting at least over to the west to be some slightly brighter skies behind the obvious rain cloud as actor is in, and again Hanscom has to meet that one defensively. Not much more that can be done with that. Yeah. It's sort of been touch and go as to whether we'd catch the edge of this cloud for a couple of hours now, but not quite out of the woods yet, but starting to look more as though it is skirting to the north and the west. Actor is in and bowls, and Hanscom with a held defensive shot as he plays it out to extra cover, so hasn't tried the bumper yet this over as actor, and he did get his wicket by pitching it up to Holland. I think ever since he's settled into trying to hit the top of off, he's looked much more threatening. Here he is, he bowls, width on off, a cutaway past Hammond, who sprawled to try and stop it, but it's away from him and to the boundary for 4 runs, and actor briefly buries his head in his hands. He had a good over going there, and again it's just that ball that's a bit short and a bit wide, and Hanscom takes advantage. 213 for 4. Lead on to 71. Delanger possibly offering a few words of encouragement for his teammate as actor bowls up onto his toes as Hanscom. That's a pleasant shot. He's timed that sweetly through cover point, and that's just a push. It's pretty much set the angle of the bat and allowed the ball to come to him, timed it away, and he's picked up back-to-back boundaries to end the over. So 4 balls in, actor had something going, and then a poor ball and a great shot later, and it's 9 off the over. 217 for 4, lead 75.
Yeah, glorious piece of timing, really. 0 follow through. Goodman, is he going to take over from Price? It looks that way, so Price did a pretty good job, and actually I thought he was just starting to get a little bit of turn. Certainly 1 or 2 bounce, perhaps a fraction more than was expected, but he's off now, and Dominic Goodman is coming back on at the Ashley Down Road end of the ground. What sort of field is he going to have? Well, no slips for Ahmed. Shortish mid-wicket and 2 short covers, curiously, as Goodman is in and bowls, driven straight back to him on the bounce, of course, by Ahmed, who raises his eyes to the sky in irritation. Didn't get that one through.
I was reminded at lunch of that 2019 game between these two sides at Cheltenham, where Gloucestershire, with Hassan Azad going great guns in the second innings, Leicestershire were 4 down at tea. Gloucestershire claimed 6 wickets in the final session and were then set 48 to win off 8 overs.
Goodman is in, and almost seemed to lose sight of that one, Ahmed. He started to duck, it didn't get up as much as he thought, and I think he came off the glove as he leant backwards a bit, his glove being sort of tucked into his chest. But that was the most curious. Yeah, it did bounce and come back a little bit.
Yeah, it did come back in at him.
He kind of deliberately wore it because he didn't have much choice, really.
Yeah, also he knows there's no short leg in, but not particularly comfortable for him. Still shaking out the hand.
Goodman in, bowls on off stump. Waits almost in his crease, leaning forward, no big stride, and blocks it out into the offside. Ahmed. Umpire Shanmugam sort of extends both arms and does a sort of little promise of a dance, almost. Don't know quite what that's about. Mid on and mid off, deep-ish for the mistimed drive, perhaps, as Goodman is in short, pulled. There is the sweeper out there on the square leg boundary, has a few yards to move to his left, and does. It's Miles Hammond out there, so just the single on that occasion to Ahmed. He moves on to 16, he'll run a ball 16.
Should be pointed out, going back to that 2019 game, that with all due respect to the Leicestershire side of 2019, this lineup bats an awful lot deeper than that one. Ben Mike was coming in at number 6 in that game.
Are you implying that he isn't a number 6?
Well, I'm just saying that I think Ben Mike might not be batting at 6 in this particular order.
Possibly not in this particular order, no, I agree. But he's very capable, Ben, on his day. Who else was in that?
So
what was
Mike
the rest
6,
of the side?
Swindles 7, Callum Parkinson 8, Chris Wright, Will Davis, Mohammed Abbas.
Yeah, it's a longish tail there. Not the strongest. In goes Goodman to Hanscom on towards Midland leg. Hanscom just pushes it out to the straighter of the two short mid wickets, who is Chris Dent.
Ethan Bamber was playing for Gloucestershire on loan in that game.
Six-seamer with huge ears. Bless him.
There I was going to talk about what a nice
He's lovely
gentleman
lad.
he
Yeah,
is.
he absolutely is. Sorry, Goodman, and bowls and goes past the outside edge with a ball that Hanscom plays inside, certainly not deliberately though, and it shaves both outside edge and off stump.
Yeah, that did not miss the stumps by too much.
Well bowled, Dom Goodman. And Hanscom just seemed to play down the wrong line. So encouragement for Goodman at the end of his over. 218 for 4, 53 overs into the innings, which means that 53 remain to be bowled today. As Ed said, the sort of darker cloud, though sort of still vaguely over the ground, is drifting away to the east, a little bit lighter behind, so no real issues with the light, although we can see the shadows from the floodlights. Leicestershire lead by 76.
Yeah, what we can certainly say is that we've missed the majority of the rain that was on its way visibly to start with. There is, however, another blob following on behind. Singdale is in balls. That is a really ambitious shot from Rehan Ahmed. First ball, he's trying to flog a drive through the covers. It comes off the inside part of the bat and he'll take a single out into the onside, and that's why if you're Gloucestershire you've got to be feeling you're always in the game here at the moment. Whilst Rehan Ahmed might take this lead substantially into 3 figures in no time flat, he's going to play shots and he's going to give them a chance. Still plenty of batting left, of course, but still more breakthroughs, more pressure. Singdale into Hanscom, he shaped to cut, but the ball didn't really get up that much, so he just really more drove it off the back foot through the covers, and it's another single. Lead moves to 78. Hanscom himself scoring at a decent pace, 25 off 33, but still haven't had absolute confirmation, but he did certainly in my estimation, offer up a chance when he was on one. Singdale in, and this is driven floatily by Rehan Ahmed off a thick outer part of the bat down to Goodman on the deep third boundary, not too far off where that chance was offered up. The back leg raised. It was looking magnificent in Rehan Ahmed's mind, but the execution was not quite there. Still one more run. 221 for 4. Pressure? What pressure? Just going to continue to do his thing. Singdale is 8th over overall bowling, and Hanscom glides this one down to Goodman once again, fielding in that same position. And a single off every ball this over so far. Double Nelson for 4. Still 52 overs remaining, although for Gloucestershire's purposes it's already down to 50 with the change of innings and the one in progress being knocked off, because Gloucestershire will have to bat again, and bat again for a decent period of time as Singdale bowls, and driven by Rehan Ahmed, this time straight to backward point. He's quite deep, Miles Hammond there. Well, at least it sort of looks as if he's deep, probably just because of the fact that the other fielders in that vague vicinity are in much closer. Dent at a short extra, Price fairly short cover, and that slip. They're going back to pitching it up with Singdale bowling. DeLange still only bowling that one over and then coming off as Singdale bowls and defended. Last delivery up to mid-off. He is back on the field, is DeLange, but there is surely at some point, although Goodman and Singdale just starting their spells, at some point, probably not too far after that, you'd imagine DeLange would be getting another go. See if he can make further inroads. He has been, as he has been for most of the season really, in the pick of Gloucestershire's bowlers. 2 for 19 from 10 overs. Singdale through 8 overs for 34 has again, it felt like, been a bit unfortunate not to have had a wicket. Still time.
Dom Goodman, 8 overs, none for 20, will continue from the Ashley Down Road end. Still with those 2 shortish mid-wickets in. Comes in and bowls to Hanscom, who fiddles it away from just outside off stump into the point area. Actor fields. Bancroft's in the covers now.
Was that an off break he delivered up to mid-off, or a leg break? I couldn't quite
Looks
see
like
it.
an off break,
yeah, it
but
did look more
it's a
like
nice
an off
straight
break.
arm, so he may yet get his chance, but Leicester have a fair bit of work to do yet. As Goodman is in, bowls straight. Hanscom turns the delivery, and the back foot out to the wider of the 2 short mid-wickets. Polishes the ball like he means it, because he's got the old-fashioned Gloucestershire woolen cable knit sweater on. Perhaps that's better for polishing than the modern material. In goes Goodman and bowls onto leg stump this time. Hanscom turns it to square leg, where Hammond fields, and then jogs back. Didn't see him get a signal, so it was some sort of pre-arranged plan after 2 balls. Go back to deep square. He's gone back to the boundary anyway. In goes Goodman and bowls full, jammed out from just outside off stump by Hanscom. Umpire raises 2 fingers, so signal for 2 to his fellow umpire, just to say 2 to come, confirm 2 to come. Lights continue to burn reasonably brightly. Goodman is in and bowls. Bottom hand off the bat from Hanscom as he slightly falls over himself as he pushes across the line in defence at that one. Dent, having fielded the ball, examines it critically before throwing it to Van Buren.
The floodlights having really had very little effect on the game so far. It does feel as though they're having an effect now. The home side might be quite glad that they did have use of them for this game at this point.
Goodman bowls short, pulled around the corner for 4. No chance at all for Singdale or Hammond. Hammond indeed barely moved. We've seen a few fielders struggle looking across the ground from that side into the sort of seats of the mound stand. Lose the flight of the ball perhaps, and Hanscom picks up 4, moves on to 30 and moves Leicestershire 84 ahead now with a maximum of 50, not necessarily a maximum, but up to 51 overs really left in the day. Effectively a maximum.
Said it before, it's not a easy ground to see on. There's very little that's light about to see a red ball against. Those dark blue seats, the darkness of those college buildings, the trees. Singdale to Rehan Ahmed, and a defensive shot which to just hurry him a little bit, but played it calmly enough out into the offside once again for no run. A few people still milling about in the car park with another couple of wickets. It might be a free after tea situation for a few people, you'd hope, in the Bristol area. Sniff a possible victory, but still work to do, and plenty of dangerous Leicestershire batters to remove, including the 2 at the crease. Short ball, which Rehan Ahmed gets on top of, pulls out to deep square for 1. 227 for 4. It is more of a deep square now. Charlesworth only a few paces off the boundary, having been in just a bit closer before. Feels as though they're mixing up their shorter deliveries in general much better this innings, as a fuller ball from Hanscom is pushed up to mid-off for no run. And the last ball of Goodman's previous over went to the boundary, but I still think even there it's worth a go. With Goodman's height, he might get a bit of mistiming. He has got wickets this season bowling short. Wouldn't really expect somebody of Hanscom's ability to be out that way, but it's worth a try every now and then. Singdale bowls full and Hanscom forward respectfully to defend. Whereas in the first innings it sort of felt as though they weren't really quite sure when to pull the trigger with the short ball or when just to settle in on line and length, and I think they've been really much more definite about their plans. In fact, I think really it started on the morning of day 2. Even though Scriven batted really well, I thought Gloucestershire bowled better at him on that second morning than they did on the first day. Singdale bowls, stays down, and Hanscom brings out his trowel to send that one out to backward point. I really didn't exactly sell it, but I don't think he was really in much danger, despite what it looked like with his last-minute lunge down to the ball. But I think again showing why the majority of the deliveries are being targeted at the stumps at the moment. Last delivery of this over, Singdale in and guided to point for no run. Tight, disciplined over from Singdale, just a single from it. 227 for 4. And down to 50 overs remaining in the day, so what are the umpires walking towards each other for?
Another check?
It's sort of hoping that the light reading is bad. I mean, umpire Shan Mugham has had absolutely no problem in reading the light meter, so I find it a bit curious that Jack Chantry wants to go over and have a look himself, and it's clearly brighter than it was. I mean, you don't need a light meter to see that it's much brighter than it was 5 minutes ago.
Absolutely. Goodman from the Ashley Down Road end. He's going to bring his deep square into a conventional square. Hammond comes jogging up alongside of Jack Shantry. Otherwise still those two short covers and a shortish mid-wicket as he comes charging in and bowls to Ahmed, who has an awful lot of time as he waits for that one and turns it, but straight to mid-wicket. Charles with the fielder, and as he sometimes does, he sort of punches the bat in annoyance. Ahmed, that he didn't turn it to one side or the other, and the ball is going to be checked. So the new old ball was changed at 48 overs. It's being checked after 56.1, so it's only another 8.1 overs old.
Bracey's going to stand up as well. Done it a few times this season to Dom Goodman, certainly rather him than me, but trying to keep Rehan Ahmed in his crease.
But it has gone through the gauge, so its life will be extended for a while yet. Yeah, you've got to be a pretty good keeper to keep cleanly to Goodman standing up, because it's lively stuff.
Where's Singdale going? Very
To
fine
third man.
position, yeah.
As Goodman is in and bowls just outside of some, dabbed down by Ahmed, who looks up inquiringly, eyebrows raised at Hanscom.
Felt a bit like, was it John Virgo, that "where's the cue ball going? Where's the cue ball going?" You know, you've seen that video. It's about 20 minutes compilation of it's really quite mesmerising, actually. I'm not really a massive snooker fan, but oh, where's the brown ball going, you know? Where's Singdale going?
Well, the cricket ball on that occasion went sufficiently wide of Akhtar for Hanscom to call Ahmed through for the single. Hanscom on strike now, too short mid-wickets as Goodman is in, bowls to him on off stump. Hanscom head right down over the ball. He sort of keeps his eyes down, having played the ball like a good golfer almost. Blocks it out into the offside, and Bancroft fields. 228 for 4. The lead is 86. As Goodman is in and bowled a little bit short of a good length on his toes. Hanscom blocks it down towards sort of deepish gully, but Charlesworth moves smartly to his left to field. And there's no run.
There's a gaggle of people between, I'm gonna say, the Hammond and Jessup apartments. They seem to have disappeared. They watched the cricket for about 3 overs and had enough.
In goes Goodman, bowls outside off stump, and a rather wan little poke at the ball from Hanscom, and he doesn't get anything on it, and it's taken standing up to the stumps by Bracey just outside off stump. It's a very indeterminate little prod.
Every so often Goodman just bowls a ball on about that 4th stump, and Hanscom's just not really quite sure what to do with it.
Goodman is in. Hanscom is taking his bottom hand off the bat as he pushes that one off the stumps out into the onside where Dent fields. End of the over, 228 for 4. Lead obviously then 86, but overs remaining, beginning to tick off. Hammond is walking on his hands. Good effort. Not for long, 2 or 3 seconds.
Blast.
And then he just sort of toppled over, but he could do it. It was a genuine hand walk, albeit a brief one.
Yes, these two have been together for basically 10 overs now, and that's the sort of period of time that it really takes for things to start to feel a lot safer for Leicestershire. Another double strike would certainly change that, but
yeah,
knowing the batting that's to come as well.
48 the partnership now between these two, but I don't think Leicestershire supporters will start to breathe genuinely easily until it's sort of into three figures, really.
Still Kimber, Travaskis, Green, Scriven, and then Josh Hull, who is still here despite reports for a while to the contrary. Singdale runs in, bowls wide outside the off stump, slashed and missed by Rehan Ahmed, who ended up rather wafting at it because I think the ball might have just done something off the surface there, just a little bit of away movement. Maybe it just held up a fraction as well.
60 in the first innings, so he's got consecutive half centuries to his name in his last two championship innings, Rehan Ahmed.
First class runs, 1-1-1-1 at the moment, as he goes back and flamingo style flick up to mid-on, but picks out a fielder there.
In fact, his last five championship innings have been 85, 42, 10, 56 and 60, so
gets in.
He's tolerably consistent in that respect. He clearly has the ability to score hundreds. I've seen him score hundreds, obviously, but it's whether he has the concentration.
Yeah, the kind of Adil Rashid in terms of England leg spinners comparison is an interesting one, as Singdale bowls, pushed back to the bowler who reaches down and his follow through and picks it up. Because, Rashid, when he first started, he was about a number 5 for Yorkshire, scoring hundreds, and the leg spin at times was almost, almost stopped bowling at times.
Yeah, I've seen him score some big runs, certainly at Scarborough, where he picked up wickets as well on the bouncy track there. But yeah, no, he was considered a genuinely able batsman, and he kind of still is. And yeah,
he's helped win plenty of white ball games with his batting for England, as Singdale falls over in his follow through and Rehan Ahmed drives to dent at extra cover, and there's no run. Singdale giving us another look as he fell over at those bright yellow socks of his. I assume they're not the same pair exactly, but
one trusts not.
might be. How many pairs of yellow socks he's got? So he's gets the hairdryer out or something end of each day. This is cut away past extra cover by Rehan Ahmed. Van Buren, in furious pursuit of the ball, is going to just get into the slide and stop it before it reaches the boundary, and they come back for 2 runs, 230 for 4. It was sort of a competition to see who could get their legs moving quicker, Rehan Ahmed or Van Buren, and I think that time Gloucestershire's captain won. He does, you mentioned it earlier, he's got to grit his teeth as he runs after the ball. Look of furious intent on his face. 230 for 4, Singdale bowls full, it's driven into the ground and back to the bowler. Still very little to fault Singdale for in this spell. 10 overs for 37 his overall figures read, but Hanscom and Rehan Ahmed continue to stabilise things after the losses either side of lunch, with Rishi Patel's dance down the pitch holding out to long on, starting it all off the bowling of Ollie Price. Lewis Hill fending off a short ball from DeLange, caught by Dent at short leg. Simplest of looping catches for 11. Rahane pulled a ball, was caught one-handed at backward square by Actor, off the bowling of DeLange again for 6. And then Ian Holland chopping Zaman Actor onto his stumps for 56. Those are the 4 wickets that have fallen. 4 wickets in the space of just under 13 overs. However, now gone best part of 11 without a wicket with these two, Hanscom and Rehan Ahmed, at the crease.
And talking about Ollie Price, he's coming back into the attack from the Ashley Down Road end of the ground with a short leg and a slip, and he bowls a full toss low, albeit, to Hanscom, who clips it firmly out towards deep mid wicket. Good work down there by Singhdale, sliding away to his left, and then he apologises because he overthrew. Keeper had to do a good bit of work to tidy, with support from his fielders, to ensure that overthrows didn't result. Hanscom picks up 2, moves on to 32. Price is in, Hanscom goes back and plays it into the onside. Bancroft at short leg fields. Price in, gives it plenty of air, pushed calmly by Hanscom into that big gap at cover. Sweeper comes running in, Ben Charlesworth. Hanscom takes one. Bancroft throws his helmet to Hammond. He's got bright yellow socks on as well, but of course he can't resist sort of showing them off by flinging himself to the ground and tumbling as he takes the catch off the helmet, driven in the air, but I think hard down into the ground and then bouncing in the air. Was it directly? Either way,
it might have been directly, but yeah,
of mid-off. But it just seemed to take quite a while to get there, which made me think, oh, maybe hit that into the ground as Price is in and Ahmed is forward, pushing into the gap in the covers again. And Akhtar can run across the field and one is taken, but
straight up. I must admit, I missed the replay.
Yeah,
it was straight in the air. Gosh, it's got stuck. Broken record moment.
3 or 4 feet short of Akhtar, so kind of safe, but not entirely convincing. Price is in. Forward is Hanscom, almost toppling over there as he leant forward, thick inside edge to the right of short leg. And there is no run. 234 for 4, so the 5th wicket partnership just beginning to make Leicestershire look a little bit more comfortable. They lead by 92 and there are 47 overs left, so it would be 45 for the change of innings. So very much would be within Gloucestershire's capabilities of being chased down still at the moment, but getting to the point where they need to break this partnership sooner rather than later.
And possibly more so because it started to fill in to our left again. Looking at the radar, we would be very lucky to miss this secondary blob of rain as Singhdale bowls to Rehan Ahmed, who on pushes up to Delanger at mid-on. There's no run. It's filled in. In fact, it's a little bit hard to believe that it's not raining already.
It would appear to be
the
directly
radar
on top of us, wouldn't it? On the
that was
radar,
about 5 minutes ago. I mean, it's just positioned itself right over the entirety of the city, but seemingly it's not actually raining out there, or if it is, it's extremely fine. Singhdale bowls full and on the pads. It strikes the pad, but going down the leg side, nothing more than a yelp from any Gloucestershire fielder. A leg by out to square leg, 235 for 4. Lead is 93. Singhdale laughing with Jack Shantry about something. I was going to suggest, I'm sure Singhdale wouldn't take offence at this, but if Singhdale doesn't appeal, it's very, very much not out. And he comes kicking up his heels. In bowls, Yorker length delivery, but Hanscom is seeing it very well. Digs it out into the offside for no run. Might just be the odd drop. Now, looking out into the trees over there, it's one of those where you can sort of convince yourself. might be, but it's certainly nothing heavy. Singdale in bowls, another Yorker length delivery, which Hanscom meets with an immaculately vertical bat to defend back to the bowler. He didn't even really look as if he was having to shovel that one out, just put his bat there and the ball obligingly hit it. One gentleman in the mound stand seems to have decided it's time either to switch positions, or perhaps he's thinking if he switches positions it'll bring a wicket. In goes Singdale, bowls a short ball, pulled round the corner by Hanscom, splits the two fielders at deep square and at long leg, and goes for 4 runs. First time he's tried a short delivery in a while, Singdale, but Hanscom just seems to have so much time. Swivels on it and places it perfectly into the gap. Already knows exactly where he wants to hit it before it's bowled, if it's going to be short. 239 for 4. Lead up to 97. Singdale to complete this over. His 11th bowl's full and on the pads, and Hanscom flicks it out to deep mid-wicket and will keep the strike for the next over. 240 for 4 as the throw gets away and has to be backed up all the way out on the boundary. Certain amount of double teapotting going on out there after that. Bracey with a bit of a glower on towards Charlesworth, who sent the throw in.
A new bat for Rehan Ahmed as well. And the light meter going on the stumps, and it's okay. Feels dark.
It does feel much darker than before, yeah.
Jack Shantry casting a much clearer shadow than previously, but even so, we go on. Slip and a leg slip for Price bowling to Hanscom. DeLange stretching purposefully now, a backward point-ish, as in goes Price, and fullish outside off stump, driven carefully by Hanscom and safely, and for 1, because Zaman Akhtar had a bit of ground to make up to his left to get to the ball. The lead is 99. Price in, bowls, plenty of air, bounces, he missed it I think, and it came off the gloves and bounces down towards Van Buren on the 45. Did it turn inside Ahmed's attempted drive? Let's have a look-see. Here we go again. Yeah, from a long way, and there was bounce too, but it was from quite a long way wide. Price is in, bowls a bit straighter, and Hanscom, and it's fuller as well, and Hanscom can jam it out towards Midon and take the quick single. So again, the fates refuse to extinguish all hope as far as Gloucestershire is concerned. There's just that little bit of something. In goes Price and bowls back, and there's an appeal for a catch behind. He's gone. Ahmed is gone. He's caught behind by Bracey, and the 5th wicket partnership comes to an end. Ahmed does not look convinced. He turns and looks back unimpressed at the umpire, at umpire Shanmugam. He doesn't, and he's still doing it. He doesn't think he hit it, I don't think. But umpire Shanmugam had absolutely no doubt. Ahmed held the pose for quite a long time, looking back up at the raised finger, which was left raised pointedly by umpire Shanmugam, and Price has his wicket. The partnership comes to an end on 53, and just as I was saying, fates refuse to extinguish all hope. Well, there you go. The door widens again a fraction.
Yeah, you wonder how much also that one that did turn through the gate was slightly in Rehan Ahmed's mind. I mean, even if he didn't edge it, and we've got absolutely no idea, especially looking from behind, as to whether he did or whether he didn't. But whether that still caused him to be more tentative, I mean, at least miss it, even if he didn't edge it. There must have been some sort of a noise there, because, as you say, the finger went up straight away. It wasn't one of those where it was as though the fielding side put the umpire under pressure and then the finger went up. Umpire Shanmugam was convinced that he'd heard an edge, so must have heard something. But again, for the second time in the match, really, Rehan Ahmed walking back to the pavilion looking at the umpires. For the first innings, it was because of that changed ball that suddenly started doing loads more, and he edged and was caught, and wasn't in particular agreement about that condition of the ball. At that time, certainly didn't seem to be in agreement about the decision. But again, Gloucestershire have struck just as things seem to be drifting, and Louis Kimber to the middle.
What sort of innings will Louis Kimber play as Price is in, bowls to him outside off stump? He leaves it and it goes straight on. It doesn't bounce or turn in any marked manner. Two for 78 for Ollie Price now, who goes in and bowls straighter this time. Kimber leans forward and pushes it out towards straight mid-wicket. End of a successful over for Ollie Price. Gloucestershire chipping away. The lead for Leicestershire is now 101. 45 overs remain of the 96. And they're going back to MATCHDAY. Whether that will prompt a quick look at the light meter. No, it does feel a bit lighter again, actually.
And again, the worst of the rain seems to have missed to the west and the north, like the previous lot, and you can start to see some slightly brighter skies even there. We can't see where the weather's coming from, because it's really from basically over our left shoulders in the pavilion. But it has got a little brighter. It's still not bright enough that the floodlights aren't doing a bit of work. Here's De Lange to Hanscom, worked towards mid-wicket. Dent will have a pick up and throw. It's probably a good job that didn't hit the stumps, because there's no knowing where it might have gone if it had. And a single to Hanscom, 41 to his name, and this is probably really what Gloucestershire want. They won't have given up getting Hanscom out, but at this point, Kimber new to the crease, strike bowler on. No short leg, though. There's a short extra and a slip, but that's it really in terms of close fielders. De Lange to Kimber, he bowls a full ball, and Kimber's forward defending to that short extra. Maybe De Lange is just preparing himself for a spell more of line and length bowling, rather than the real rough stuff that he used to get rid of Hill and Rahane. But there's quite a lot of fielders quite a long way from the bat at the moment, as De Lange bowls to Kimber, who guides to point, and there is no run.
He's had a curious season, Louis Kimber. Only one three-figure score, but it was a fairly spectacular one, of 243.
21 sixes would come in handy here. De Lange in, bowls a short ball. Kimber goes after it, pulls it away. Fielder running round from deep square, sprawls and stops it. Ben Charlesworth keeps it in the field of play, and every run could yet prove to be vital here, with Gloucestershire hoping to get these final 5 wickets and then get a chase on. 2 more to the total. Kimber off the mark, but Charlesworth saving a couple of runs round the boundary. The lead 104. 44 overs remain after this in total. De Lange bowls a short ball, helped round the corner by Hanscom. 2 bounces down to Actor at long leg. 247 for 5. Oh, the lights have gone off in our box. I did wonder who turned the sun down. But actually, I quite like this. This gives us a slightly better indication of what the light's actually like out in the middle. It's perfectly okay, certainly now. Hanscom waits on 41, last ball of this comeback over from De Lange, and curious manoeuvre there from Hanscom across his crease, and then works the ball backward of square for a single on the onside. Looked quite premeditated, that move from Hanscom, and actually one of the more expensive overs that De Lange's sent down in this. Well, must be the most expensive, surely, because he's only gone for one boundary, gone for 5 off that over. Not a bad over, but
it was the slowest
over.
He's bowled as well. Whether he went off for a little bit of treatment, he's still stretching now, and that was, by his standards, distinctly military medium, if you know what I mean. It was as though he was kind of testing himself a little bit, and he continues to stretch away at backward point at the moment. Price into Hanscom, who goes back. It stays very low and he digs it out. Lots of hands on heads, particularly those of Price there. How low did it actually stay? It was straight, and there would have been a loud shout for leg before had he not got anything on it. Bit hard to tell from there.
I was waiting for the thud of pad though.
Price is in again, this time to Kimber, who is carefully forward, tentatively, thick inside edge. It runs down towards sort of leg slip with Bancroft in pursuit. Kimber doesn't take a run, or try to take a run. Price is in, Kimber's forward, dabbing it out into the offside. He hesitates, and then comes the throw as he is called through by Hanscom. Bracey picks up and hurled the ball at the stump, didn't hit them. But again, there's a few hands on heads out there suggesting that had he done so, it could have been close. Kimber's hesitation could have been fatal.
I can't see the ball again.
No, it's very hard. Very, very hard. Price into Hanscom, who turns the ball just in front of square. In from the boundary comes Ajit Singh Dale to field, and 1 is taken. Hanscom on to 44, 250 up for Leicestershire. Not that that kind of means anything in the greater scheme of things. Price is in an attempted reverse sweep that is executed very well by Kimber, as it turns out. Down to third man it goes for 4. So the lead goes up to 113. Now Kimber on to 8. 43 overs and 1 ball left. Price in, bowls. Back goes Kimber, looking to muscle it straight through mid-on. Ends up rather clothing it out towards mid-wicket instead, where Dent fields. End of the Price over. 22nd of the innings for him, 2 for 85, which is a pretty decent effort.
Yeah.
On his part.
And if nothing else, what he has done is he's got Gloucestershire's over rate from -2 to +1, so they don't have to worry too much about that at this point. But far more importantly has been the wickets of Rishi Patel and Rehan Ahmed that he's taken, and they've been able to have him go from one end for quite a bit today because of the fact that there's just been enough suggestion that he might take a wicket, and he's bowled with enough control. Haven't had to go searching about elsewhere. De Lange for his second over of his spell. A shorter ball pulled round the corner by Hanscom. Diving stop made at backward square, and they haven't taken a run. It was hit so hard out to Bancroft there that they decided to stay put. Again, he's walking across and kind of opening himself up for that pull or help round the corner. It's Hanscom. A couple of balls he's done that for. Will he do it this one? De Lange bowls, again setting himself for the short ball, pulls it along the floor, rolling the wrists on it, sending it out to Charlesworth at deep square leg. And if he was making a point after that throw that got away last time, but he held the posture of having released the ball in a dead straight line to James Bracey, and it did go in a dead straight line, as if to say, is that better? 256 for 5. DeLange to Kimber, decent Yorker, but Kimber jams the bat down on it, digs it out to mid-on. DeLange wheels away over to the offside, thinking he was almost through, but it was... Oh, no idea what that was. It was a quicker Yorker than the deliveries he sent down in his first over, but still didn't look quite at full gas. DeLange bowls at full ball, which is driven past DeLange, who, as he does, he falls over slightly in his follow through, and it is very difficult for him to arrest that momentum and then reach back to his right. So I remember this happening a couple of times early on in the season, where a ball just gently lobs past him to his right and he just can't do anything about it. No run again. Kimber 8 from 12, picking and choosing at the moment, waiting bat raised as nearly everybody does now for DeLange, who tries a slower Yorker, which is driven out to point and fumbled by Hammond, and for some reason Hanscom turns down the run as it gets away from him. Hammond almost couldn't believe as he got to his feet and they weren't coming through for the single. He sort of thought, well, if you're not going to go, I might as well take my time over this. Curious running between the wickets between these two since coming out.
It was, because Hammond was recumbent, wasn't he? He couldn't pick himself up and get there, but anyway.
DeLange in, another shorter ball. Doesn't get up quite as much as Kimber thought it might. He rather chops down on top of it rather than really pulling it. And out to backward square for no run. So just a single from the over. 256 for 5. So 114 is the lead. It's so hard to see Gloucestershire absolutely rattling right through this Leicestershire lower order. I've been trying to think what's a kind of a realistic scenario that I could just about see, and you're already looking at a chase of something like 9 and over in 20 overs even from this point.
Yeah, but that kind of would be okay.
Certainly give yourself a chance, yeah.
At the moment.
But I think it's going to be quite a... Well, who knows? Maybe there will be a collapse, but it's hard to see it.
Price into Hanscom, who may hold the key, plays that one off the straight with a closed face bat now on the bounce to Bancroft at short leg.
And I'm going to be getting Leicestershire supporters saying, Riley, you don't think we can collapse, but yeah.
Price in, back goes Hanscom, just pushes it calmly out into the offside, into the gap, and takes his single, closing in on yet another half-century. Hanscom on 46 at the moment. Kimber on 8. Long on out. Attempted the reverse sweep and hits it hard down into the ground. DeLange bounces to his right, throws over the stooping figure of Jack Chantry. He wouldn't ought to be hit by a Marchand DeLange throw at the stumps, but he didn't throw violently at the stumps, just lobbed it in the end. Price into Hanscom, goes back, dabs it into the same gap. DeLange has to run a little bit further, this time in front of the umpire, so easy single. Milked the bowling in this over tolerably successfully, Leicestershire. We have the best conditions of the afternoon really now. The heavier cloud has drifted away and it is fairly light. Floodlights superfluous at the moment. In goes Price and clipped into the air, but safe enough by Kimber, wide of long gone. A sort of little short-armed, almost punt really. So strong, have such good bats, and chipped almost over wide mid-wicket for 6, which sounds ridiculous, but it was not a violent shot.
It was even less violence in it than that 1-6 that Patel did hit in that area before he then holed out trying to play the same shot.
Moves on to 15, extends the lead to 123. Dent goes bouncing back to sort of 2/3 of the way back at mid-wicket. Price is in. Kimber goes back, and that is a slightly more expansive attempt to whack the ball away through the offside. He does whack the ball away through the offside, but only as far as Charlesworth on the cover boundary. So he takes one and keeps the strike. He moves on to 16 off just 17 balls. 266 for 5. 124 the lead. 41 overs left. So 9 until tea. Oh,
340.
no, I was going
Yeah.
to say 340, isn't it? It's the last day. So actually, if Price keeps bowling, it might be around then.
Yeah, Kimber certainly showing his. Well, I mean, almost the same thing that you say about Rehan Ahmed applies with Kimber. Really, if he's there for any period of time, then runs start to become much more of a factor. Gloucestershire still need further inroads. De Lange bowls, driving. Kimber times it well, but Price getting down to his right to stop it in his follow through.
In terms of the
Mine's
run
5-3.
chase, I have seen Surrey chase down 220 off 20 against Leicestershire to win a championship game, albeit at the Oval.
They nearly did something similar against Somerset earlier this season. I think it was either round 1 or round 2. That sort of like 12, 13 and over type region. Shorter delivery, which cramps up Kimber, but he still is able to guide it down to deep third for a single. 267 for 5. Was aiming, I think, to start with a pull shot, and then just had to readjust, but did so well. There are no slips in place. Haven't seen a slip catch for quite some time. Bancroft's would have been the last, I think, about 200 overs ago. De Lange bowls a short ball, stepping across his stumps to help it round the corner. Hanscom, it's fumbled down there at fine leg by Actor, but not in costly fashion. 268 for 5.
He seems to know when the short ball's coming, Hanscom, now, doesn't he? He seems to be able to read the De Lange body language.
You'll be delighted to know if this ends in a draw, we might just be able to catch the final of the Max 60 from the Cayman Islands. Yeah, James Healy's very interested in that. De Lange bowls and just push driven, square on the offside, fielded at backward point by Hammond. The Caribbean Tigers against the New York Strikers.
In the Cayman Islands. I think we need to cover that tournament.
I think so, yep. Caribbean Premier League as well. Big Bash coverage on site in Australia. Be nice. De Lange bowls, short ball pulled to that fielder at the deep-ish backward square position, and again no run because it's been hit too hard. Bancroft, the fielder there, is actually in a fairly similar position to that, where Marnus Labuschagne clipped the ball in the air and Bancroft took a terrific catch in that Glamorgan chase at Cheltenham. If that catch had gone down, then Glamorgan may well have got there. De Lange bowls short down the leg side, that'll be 4. Actor will not get there. Not a venomous bouncer from De Lange, and able to swivel on it and pull it to the boundary was Kimber at the end of the over. He played that rather Hanscom-like for a moment. I thought I might have got the wrong batter on strike, but just misdirected from De Lange. Apart from the fact that it wasn't particularly quick, it was down the leg side. End of the over. 272 for 5 the score, and Graham Van Buren is going to have a bowl with his slow left armers. It did look as though he was loosening up, but I wasn't exactly quite sure whether it was because of the fact that he was trying to keep his back loose. But he's going to have a bowl and replace Ollie Price.
In bright sunshine.
He might be bowling to Kimber again, you know.
He goes and bowls, and it's pushed calmly by Hanscom. Pretty much everything, even his pulls. that Hanscom does, calm in a funny sort of way, and works that one out. 2 long gone, takes one, moves on to 49. Van Buren in. Back goes Kimber, forces it off the stumps out towards the sweeper on the offside. Jogs the single.
You go back there thinking Van Buren was about to drop another one in short after having belted him for 3 consecutive 6s and a 4, something like that, in the 50 over game here.
Hanscom, is that going to be his 50? No, it's not. As he pushes it stop saying calmly, pushes it back up the pitch down the onside, and Van Buren gets across sufficiently quickly to effect a stop of sorts. Steps in and bowls. Hanscom looks to drive it through mid-off. Well, he doesn't really. Kind of gives the impression that if it goes, great. If it doesn't, sir, not to worry. I'll get it next time. Van Buren fields again off his own bowling. Tosses that one up. Pushed towards mid-wicket this time by Hanscom. And Bancroft moves across to his right to field.
Very similar in character to Bancroft in that respect.
Van Buren bowls. Hancroft. That's your fault. Hanscom, was it? Similar in name as well. Combination. Steers it out to point for the single he needed for his 50. It's come off 73 balls and it includes 7 4s, and well, it's kind of routine for Hanscom as far as Leicester supporters are concerned, but goodness me, they needed a good innings from Hanscom. They were really looking in a spot of serious bother at 171 for 3 and then 180 for 4. But first in company with Ahmed and now in company with Kimber, he's steering them. Certainly not too safety yet, but they're getting there. 275 for 5. 39 needed. The lead is now 133.
And some spin from the pavilion end as Price changes ends. Hancroft. Hancroft's half hour.
It's a combination of 2 fine Aussie batsmen.
You know what I mean? Though. I mean, there is that same attitude of
no,
I'm just going to push
yeah.
the ball there. If it's a single, then okay. If it's not, well, move on to the next one. Yeah. Here's Price bowling to Hanscom on 50, who is forward and defending first ball. All sorts of cricket happening everywhere. Netherlands versus the USA in Utrecht.
Oh, my son lives in Utrecht.
Oh, could have gone to this. He's been watching Netherlands blast the Americans to all parts of the ground. 68 without loss after 4.2 overs. It's a handy start in T20 cricket. Off the back foot goes Hanscom, drives out to Van Buren at wide mid-off. Some great Dutch names opening the batting for the Netherlands these days. Max O'Dowd and Michael Levitt. Price bowls. Doesn't think really stay particularly low, but Hanscom just stays there and is content to allow the ball to do its work and then adjust to it. No runs yet in this over. Price bowls, wide ball, and Hanscom drives a shot that would have... Well, I say it would have looked decent in the nets, actually. You'd have been able to tell even there it wasn't especially well timed and doesn't get a run again as Van Buren fields. Price bowls and worked to short leg on the bounce. Bancroft thinks about side-arming it towards Hanscom's stumps. Doesn't let go of it. And potentially a maiden for Price coming back from the pavilion end if he can finish it off, and he will do so as again Hanscom flicks towards square but only sees it stopped by his compatriot at short leg. So Price, third maiden, 24 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 95, and 38 minimum overs, although I mean actually yeah, said it already, it was a bit silly saying minimum, because actually we won't get 38 overs if, well, probably either way. Either that they've shaken hands, or
It's looking unlikely, isn't it?
Gloucestershire will be chasing something and there won't be 38 overs because we've taken at least 3, probably quite a few more off.
Van Buren into Kimber, who is stroking the ball away through mid-on down to long on for 1. Moves on to 23. Very measured innings by LK standards. Knows he has a responsibility to stay there. Hammond comes out of slip and goes to a very straight silly-ish mid-on, short mid-on, as Van Buren is in. Back goes Hanscom, just nibbles that delivery around the corner. De Lange trots up to field the ball, and 1 is taken. Long on and long off, now both posted for Kimber by Van Buren, who is in and bowls. Kimber goes back, plays the ball off the pitch, no turn for Van Buren off the stumps, pushes it out to Dent at extra cover. Van Buren is in, this time Kimber goes back and steers it into the gap between extra cover and backward point. Dent and Hammond out to the sweeper, who's Charlesworth, and 1 is taken. Kimber on to 24. Van Buren to Hanscom, who is forward in careful defence, just prodding the ball back up the pitch. On the onside, Bancroft comes in from mid-wicket to field. Van Buren, give a bit more air on that one, pushed out towards cover. Dent sprinting along from extra cover, reaches with his left hand. Had he picked it up cleanly, I'm sure he would have essayed a left arm throw. He couldn't pick it up cleanly, so in the end the single was comfortable enough for Hanscom, who keeps the strike. He moves on to 52, 279 for 5. 15 minutes until tea. 37 overs in the day remain. The lead is 137.
Quick look round at the scores from elsewhere. 2 results in Division 1 now, as Worcestershire have got back out at New Road and completed a comfortable 8-wicket win over Kent. Kashif Ali with a half-century to see them over the line. Price bowls to Hanscom, leans forward, defends, thinks about a single, but Price is off immediately in pursuit of it. They do not take the run, and potentially a decisive move, not that it's much of a surprise, made in the Division 1 title chase, if we can even call it that. Bit of turn from Price there, this delivery, but worked round the corner by Hanscom, fielded on the 45 for no run. Surrey have mullered Lancashire by an innings and 63 runs. Conor McCurr 4 for 27 to finish off the tail in pretty quick time. 3 wickets each for Dan Worrell and Jordan Clark. Price in and defended by Hanscom, getting that pad well outside the line of off anyway, even if we were in any trouble. So Sam Curran, just the 1 wicket on his championship return, but getting some overs in both innings. And Surrey 23 more points in the bag. Price in on the back foot, turned on the bounce to short leg, no run. Somerset 87 for 2 after 18 overs. They require a further 281 to win, presumably from something similar to the number of overs left here. Price bowls, full delivery, squeezed out towards wide mid-off, and again there is no run. Kohler Cadmore for 18 and Umeed for 38, the 2 Somerset batters to fall, but even with the draw, Somerset will fall a long way behind Surrey now in the title chase, as Hanscom plays into the onside. Dent dives and fields, there's no run. Another maiden over from Ollie Price. Lead remains at 137, and also Essex will not be getting a win, that is for sure, and in fact they won't be getting a great number of points either. Toby Albert made 124 in the end for Hampshire, and Tom Prest is 8 shy of a century himself, as Hampshire have certainly accelerated. 277 for 3 after about 85 overs, so not many bowling points being accrued by Essex, and a few batting points for Hampshire, but that's all there is to play for.
Van Buren into Kimber, goes back again, blocks it off the stumps out to extra cover by Dent Fields. Hopefully bowls a left armour before lobbing the ball to Van Buren, who is in outside off stump, slides on. Van Buren wants Kimber to think that was incredibly close to off stump, but not sure it was. There was no reaction from Bracey, certainly having taken the ball, other than to throw it back. Van Buren is in, driven hard down into the ground, stopped by Van Buren as it bounces up slightly awkwardly. Hanscom wanders down, prods at the pitch a couple of times. In goes Van Buren. Kimber drives, this time into the gap at wide-ish, mid-off. Long-off has to run around to field, and does. Single taken. Hanscom is doing that charming thing that bats has been in for a while doing, in terms of releasing sweat from pools of sweat from the helmet. Van Buren is in, bowls outside off stump left by Hanscom. Might just have turned away a fraction there, but from wide and went wider.
I tended to find the pools of sweat didn't take very long for me. One delivery from a fast bowler was usually enough.
Oh, I see, okay. In goes Van Buren, and just nibbled around the corner by Hanscom, but not sufficiently far to take the single, because Bracey came dashing out to short leg to field. End of the over. 280 for 5, just a single from it. 138 the lead, 35 left. 10 minutes until tea, so with Van Buren and Price bowling. Oh, hang on. Yeah, will be Price again. Probably certainly 3 overs, you would imagine. But after tea, one last burst from the quicks. And
yeah, may well be what they're saving themselves for now.
It would be over 4 and over now, wouldn't it? So
yeah,
even if all the wickets were to fall with no more runs added. So
it's very hard to see it being anything under than about, for my money, under about 7 and over for a chase. It's already looking, because again, you can't really even see 5 wickets in 10 overs, but that's about what Gloucestershire have to hope for. Reverse sweep from Kimber, and it's very well anticipated and stopped by Hammond, and why not have a crawl along the floor to go and field the ball? He did very well to stop it, but it's just a question of how exactly he was going to choose to retrieve it. Been standing there without a huge amount to do at slip as Hammond, the bowling of Price, the occasional one to lunge after that did or didn't turn. Reverse sweep from Kimber again, and I think has he completely missed that? It seemed to go off Bracey's pads,
yeah.
but
yes,
yeah,
came off his right sort of pad.
I think Price just looked at the umpire, but that was it. Pad on to then other pad. Price in, a defensive shot, just catches a little bit high up on Kimber's bat. In fact, if anything, it might have got him a bit higher than that, as sort of gave his glove a ring. Whether that was because it hit him on the glove, I don't think so. Maybe just a vibration through the bat. Would have dropped short of short leg anyway, but they've taken the short leg out. Price bowls, giving him the shimmy at least as Kimber, not the full-on charge, and then working the ball down to long on. That shot that white ball cricket has meant that everybody can play now. Get me off strike, which is what it does. Lead 139. The I guess real jeopardy in the championship fixtures at the moment is the game at Merchant Taylor's School, where Middlesex are desperately pushing for victory. Price bowls on the back foot, defends, does Hanscom to backward point. Northamptonshire 135 for 6. McManus and Broad, Justin, have been at the crease for about 12 overs. Only a 78 run lead. Could be an exciting chase later on as Price bowls and defended to complete the over, 1 run from it. It was that fixture between those two sides last year at Merchant Taylor's where Middlesex finished level with Northamptonshire, but it was a draw rather than a tie because all the wickets hadn't gone down, and I think Kevin Hand still mentions to this day about how Middlesex should have won that game. Could position itself to be another thriller thanks to all the rain, but Northamptonshire will still have hopes of defying Middlesex. Northamptonshire, Gloucestershire's next opponents in the championship in just a few days' time on this ground.
Van Buren to continue from the Ashley Down Road end, bowls to Kimber, who goes back and rather stylishly forces it away into the offside, out to the fielder on the point boundary. Charlesworth underarms the ball to Hammond, who in turn underarms it to Van Buren. Body language is beginning to look a little bit resigned now from the Gloucestershire players as Van Buren is in to Hanscom, who is forward in defence, out into the offside, runs the ball. Lead is 140 now. Beautiful afternoon all of a sudden, and again no ice cream van. It'll be over in Weston or wherever somewhere, well, not perhaps that far. Forward goes Hanscom, getting to the pitch of it, almost topples over there as he pushes it out to Dent. At point. Whether they're trying to, well, they're not going to get through to T Leicestershire. If these are delaying tactics, as Hanscom lets that one bounce through to Bracey, there'll certainly be at least one more over, possibly even two. Spinners getting through them at a rate of knots, which is good to see. And Bjorn bowls, gives it a little bit of air. Hanscom just bunts it out to mid-off and sort of sprawls away to his right, and again he continues lying there, loving the ground. Every sort of front part of him touching the ground, stays there for ages. I wasn't sure he was going to get there. The ball was going slowly, but so too was he as he went down there.
Just had a little bit of a sunbathe for a moment.
He leans on his knees as in goes Van Buren bowls to Hanscom, who plays it back up the pitch to Graham Van Buren. End of the over. One single from it. 282 now for 5 of 73 overs, so run rate's come down a little bit recently. The lead is 140.
Oh,
what have you spotted?
I think Chris Dent's coming on to bowl.
He is.
He's going to bowl
Well,
before he bats in his comeback game, but magnificent. And
You need
by the
to
looks
talk
of
us through
things,
this.
it looks as if it's going to be back to his slow left armers. The slow left armers, which were used quite extensively at the start of his career, did quite a bit of bowling across all formats, bowled a fair amount in the T20 when he first came on the scene as well, but I've not seen him bowl his slow left armers for a good 5 years. Maybe in 2021 he bowled a couple of overs of left arm spin, but he's been bowling seam up when he has been bowling the last couple of years. He's got a slip and a short extra cover. Dent with his slow left armers round the wicket bowls a pretty filthy long hot first delivery, which is cut away out to deep cover for a single, and Dent's giving a bit of a grimace as he walks back to his mark. 283 for 5. It's quite the sight with his beard and glasses. He bounds in enthusiastically and delivers from quite wide of the crease. First delivery to Hanscom, he bowls, and it's very slow, very short into the pitch and driven off the back foot for a single. Miles Hammonds, for no particular reason, I'm sure, covering his mouth with his hand at the moment at slip, now looking down at the floor. 284 for 5. Hammond might fancy a bowl at this rate. That's the danger. Dent bowls, a little bit of turn. Again, it was quite short, but didn't get up a huge amount. Kimber strokes it to short extra cover. Price fields, and it's a dot delivery. Dent lopes in, bowls, another very short ball on the back foot. Kimber drives it down to long off. 10 first-class wickets to Chris Dent's name. Average, if you say it quickly, 84.4. But yeah, so he's bowled in all three formats. Lead 143. Dent bowls to Hanscom, back on his stumps and driving the ball back towards the bowler. Might almost be Gloucestershire. We're quite happy for this to be the last over before tea, and in fact it will be, because the digital clock down to our right will be on the same time as this one, and there's only a matter of seconds to go until it will change. Hanscom actually needn't bother with these readjustments because the umpires won't make it in time. Now it is 3:40. Last ball before tea. Dent bowls and just pushed through backward point by Hanscom. Ambles through for a single and 4 runs from that Dent over that sees us through to tea on the final day between Gloucestershire and Leicestershire. Leicestershire 286 for 5, lead by 144, and despite a bit of a flurry of wickets either side of lunch and just enough to keep Gloucestershire interested in that session, it does very much look as though, through the efforts particularly of Hanscom and having been joined by Kimber, Leicestershire are going to take the sting out of what remains. However, stranger things have happened, as I was told by at least 3 people at lunchtime, so I'm going to say it at tea time, so we shall see. 20 minutes for tea. We'll be back for the final session. 32 overs remain in the day's play. Gloucestershire need 5 wickets and then whatever Leicestershire set them. Hello again, welcome back to Bristol. The final push. 32 overs remain in this game between Gloucestershire and Leicestershire in the County Championship. And the position, Leicestershire 286 for 5, lead of 144. So Gloucestershire need to take 5 wickets pretty sharpish, and then we'll have a chase. But to do that, they're going to need something to happen pretty quickly after this tea interval. In theory, 50 minutes worth of cricket is all that we might get. If no wickets fall, then we'll see up to Gloucestershire really as to how long they want to give it a go for. But if they can get some early wickets after tea here, just a couple, then they certainly will give it as good a go as they can to take these remaining wickets. Ahmed Saeed is out on the field, and I'm not sure that Marchant de Lange has returned to the field after tea, so that's already a little concerning from a Gloucestershire perspective. And it will be Ollie Price to bowl the first of the 32 remaining overs. Peter Hanscom on strike on 54, and he is wearing 54, but now he moves to 55 as he dabs the ball fine on the offside. Hammond sprints back from slip, and they come through for a single. 287 for 5, Ed Seaborn alongside Richard Ray.
Yeah, just looking at the Division 2 table, which has been updated with the games that have been completed. Yorkshire into second, 9 points behind Sussex. Gloucestershire would move on to 119 points, ahead of Glamorgan, into 5th.
Not looking great for Northamptonshire at Merchant Taylor's at the moment, as Price bowls on with the arm left by Kimber through to the keeper. I saw that they'd lost McManus before tea. 146 for 7.
That would be, as you mentioned earlier, a bit of a gap between 3rd and 4th.
Price bowls driving Kimber towards wide mid-off, and Buren gets to the ball quickly as a shot at the stumps, which misses. But Kimber had already made his ground very comfortably. 288 for 5. Yeah, McManus dismissed for 24. Big wicket certainly is a man that, well, certainly against Gloucestershire in the past he's done this, has had a habit of providing some stubborn resistance where others have crumbled, as that's clipped down to mid-on for no run.
Another habit against Leicestershire, which didn't endear him to anybody in cricket.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, and there's been others as well.
Price in on the back foot. Hanscom plays it late, and right out in front of him, trickles up the middle of the pitch, and gingerly Bracey tiptoes around the danger area and picks the ball up. No run. So another quiet over here, but as yet no threat really, as Hanscom whips this one along the floor out to deep mid-wicket, and a single. So 3 runs have been added. 147 is the lead, which, even if they took 5 wickets in 5 or 6 balls next over, they would have 28 overs to chase 147. So it's already at 5 and over, exactly, even immediately, yes. before you've even taken the wickets. It's now at 5 and over.
Yeah.
Not that 5 and over I think would be a massive problem on this, but it's not going to be 5 and over.
Exactly. Once it gets sort of 7s and 8s in red ball, it should be pretty hard. You can put every fielder on the boundary, etc., etc. But not quite at that stage yet. Dominic Goodman is going to endeavour to get Gloucestershire back into a potentially winning position here. He has yet to pick up a wicket, but this could be his little burst, change the game. In the second innings, he's going to have those 2 short-ish mid-wickets again in Messrs Bancroft and Hammond. Bancroft the wider of the two. And standing up to the stumps is Bracey as Goodman goes in and bowls from the Bristol Pavilion end. Gentle outswinger, perfectly bowled in terms of line and length, but didn't do enough, and Hanscom equal to it. Indicates there was a little bit of swing there for Goodman. He's going to bowl these little seamers now, it would appear. In he goes, bowls, outswinger, and started wide, went a bit wider, taken by Bracey, so he's sort of going to bowl something a little bit different here, different sort of spell. Not going to bang it in. Going to do Tom Cartwright stuff, if that means anything to anybody listening these days. Probably a little bit old now. Outswingers, medium pace, in he goes and bowls. There's another one. Forward goes Hanscom. Really gentle stuff. What is it? Sort of 70, 72, something like that.
Hammond's just bowled a basically sidearm delivery to someone. Actually, you can tell he wants to unfurl these. It's like he has been watching Joe Root. Actually, we used to bowl off spin, of course. The different action to that, but it looks like he's decided to model his new off breaks on Joe Root, the way he's been bowling, but a sort of exaggerated Joe Root.
Well, Dent has moved across, and Bancroft, a very brave man, has gone in at short leg. And I don't know whether that means that Goodman is going to end this experiment. No, he isn't. He bowls and it does outswing, and it takes the thick outside edge. It's going to run down to third man, possibly. No, it hasn't got the legs. In fact, it's going to roll to a stop about a foot short of the ropes. Goodman's reaction, down on his haunches with his hands to the side of his head. Goodness me, he thought that was... He wanted to play some club cricket, because that happens all the time in club cricket. It's gentle outswingers sometimes take the outside edge, roll back, or into the slip's hands. Picked up 3 in the end there. Hanscom moves on to 59. The lead up to 150 now, as Goodman is into Kimber, bowls a bouncer that Kimber tries to hook, comes off the glove I think, and loops towards backward square. Who's number 20? 12th man?
That's Saeed, yes.
Saeed, who comes into field. And the bouncer just seemed to slightly surprise Kimber. Wasn't a particularly quick one.
No. Just wasn't really expecting it, but I guess you do sort of know that if there's nobody round there, so even if it goes horribly wrong, it should be okay.
Goodman is in, bowls, a gentle little outswinger. Forward goes Hanscom, blocks it out towards Price at shortish extra cover. End of the over. Van Buren is summoning the 12th man in. Quite sure why he can't bowl, just a change of field position being the end of the over. So 151 the lead, 30 overs remain, take off the 2, so 28. Ticking towards 6 in over now, 5.5 sixes. Hanscom's unbeaten half centuries has improved his average, as of course it should. It's gone up to 39.72 now, so it is actually making a difference. It's gone up by 0.2.
Yeah, how many decimal points does it go up per run? Reverse sweep, Kimber hits it away, pass backward point, put in the dive, but couldn't get there. And away to the boundary, 297 for 5, lead of 155.
An unbeaten 100 might just do the trick. I don't think he's beyond his mind. I'm sure it isn't.
You have that on your mind, do all the hard work, and then get a globe next game or something, just to undo it all. Price wide of the crease, bowls. Kimber tries to turn into the leg side. He's struck on the pad, but not out, says umpire Shanmugam. May indeed have been a little high.
He's a tall man, Kimber.
I mean, did it hit him in line as well?
Yeah,
I mean,
him outside the line as well. Yeah.
Finger's gone up to our left.
It's gone up a few times.
From the man in the Gloucestershire polo shirt. Price bowls, riding the bounce and driving off the back foot in controlled fashion. Kimber to the backward point. They take a single.
There'd be shorter games, wouldn't they, if your man was umpiring out there?
They would be shorter, and they'd probably most of them would end in Gloucestershire victories.
Go away.
Try his best to fiddle them. Couldn't always work, but it didn't work for WG, did it? I mean, Gloucestershire never managed to win the official county championship. No. Champion county, but not county champions. Price bowls, leaning forward and blocking is Hanscom. Gloucestershire, Somerset, Northamptonshire, believe are the three. They've never won it.
I know Somerset finished top once back in the 1890 something, but for some reason it didn't count as a county championship.
Price bowls. This is clipped to short mid-wicket. There is no run as Chris Dent picks up 4 champion county titles. 4 in 5 years. Price bowls driven away through deep point by Hanscom, jogging through for a single. SWG was particularly good at spotting players coming from Australia or something and snapping them up. Happened to a couple of them. 299 for 5. 77 overs gone, so there is a new ball available in 3 overs, which might be about the last push for Gloucestershire if they
Does
take
James
it.
Bracey want to bowl?
He might do. He has bowled before.
Rolling his shoulders, hopefully.
List
Everybody's rolling their shoulders, hopefully, actually, out there. Hammond, Dent.
Probably Ahmed Saeed is
That
hoping,
would be,
but
that
I don't.
would be very hopeful.
Yeah,
wouldn't
not
it?
allowed. But yes, I'm trying to think. Was it multiple wickets in that game against Essex at Chelmsford in the One Day Cup several years back that Bracey got? No, just the one List A wicket for Bracey.
Bale's blowing off. Can't be, it's not that strong out there. Either way, Bracey replaces them. Goodman's going to continue from the Bristol Pavilion end. Jogs in. Bowls. Gentle outswinger again, but it's just drifting. Leg middle and worked by Hanscom. Through the leg side, past Bancroft out to the sweeper. One is taken. 300 up.
2 people applauding.
For Leicestershire, yes, in a very gentle, well, you can't even call it a round of applause, a ripple, perhaps, from the benches below us. Goodman into Kimber, who is waiting and then just pushing it slightly wide of Price. Bounces across to his left. Kimber takes one.
It's
Moves on
getting
to 37.
quite dark again, isn't it?
It is.
These shadows starting to become quite obvious.
And yeah, there'll be a few. Umpire Shinmagan is looking very hopefully at the
Yes, I
sky,
think
isn't
so.
he? It's, oh, great.
Might be able to bring that light meter out again soon. It's only been 2 overs.
Here we go. Goodman in. Hanscom gets a slightly quicker delivery, just waits for it on off some, dabs it through the vacant gully area down towards third man. Jogs a single. Moves on to 62. It only takes about 4 or 5 runs for his average to go up by a .01. So it is ticking up. 39.73 now.
Got you into this now.
Yeah, in goes Goodman, and it's that fuller delivery, but it is a little bit leg side, comes off inside edge and pad, I think, and goes down to long leg to the substitute fielder, the 12th man. Kimber takes one. 38, 303 for 5, the lead 161. Singles off each of the first 4 deliveries. Hammond bowls in off spinner. Bracey just trying to keep himself limber rather, I suspect, than get ready for a possible bowl. Goodman is in, bowls a bouncer, unexpected, but Hanscom plays it well enough, just swivels and pulls it down to the 12th man for one. Might just have one burst with the new ball, do you think?
Maybe.
or not
But
bother.
I mean, De Lange isn't even out there.
No, I was
don't
gonna
think
say.
so. That's one of your options. I suppose maybe it would have to be Actor and Singdale then. Might have a few overs. I don't know.
Goodman is in. Back goes Kimber and works it to Dent at the wider of the two short mid wickets, and that's the end of the over. I can't see the quicker bowlers warming up at all, to be honest.
No, and the other thing is, will the light actually permit that at this stage? It's getting pretty gloomy. Even more so,
You
really.
can see rain. It's sort of quite a long way away, but underneath that dark cloud to the kind of north of the city. That makes sense, doesn't it? That's where it's been most of the day.
I thought Hammond was going to come on and bowl then. Whether he was just bluffing us, whether he was just hoping that maybe somebody wouldn't notice the fact that he was preparing to bowl, but then had to put his cap back on and it's Price who's going to bowl. Last over from the Ashley Down Road end before the new ball. One more still to come after that as Price bowls. Hanscom back and playing to short leg. Bancroft underarming it to the bowler, and even Bancroft and Van Buren having a bit of a look around at the skies now. Price in for defence from Hanscom. Actually, I was about to say he was leaning so far forward he was about to fall over, and then he actually kind of did fall forwards. Everybody's looking at the skies now. I don't think it's raining, but the players are starting to think it might at any moment. Price, quicker delivery, it goes down into the ground and then into the hands of Bracey, and Hanscom had no idea for a moment where that had gone, and then he might have been even more startled when he couldn't see it at all, but Bracey had it. Price flighted, full ball. Hanscom again stretches so far forward to defend that he is in danger of toppling over.
Gosh, it's gloomy now.
Yeah, I reckon if they take a light meter reading at the end of this over, I'm not sure that it would be good enough to continue. Price false starts. It's taking a bit more time. Over rate is +4, by the way.
You ought to get points for that.
Price bowls, quicker delivery, goes past the edge of Hanscom. He just again fired it through pretty quickly. Did Price, didn't really turn, and there's been just one sort of line that's caused Hanscom a bit of an issue. It's been on that fourth stump. Price in and worked on the bounce to short leg. It is a maiden over from Ollie Price, who has certainly put in a shift for Gloucestershire today, and we're going to have the reading.
Have to.
And Ollie Price is putting his cap next to it to make sure it's really dark.
He's had enough. It is dark.
I'm amazed this.
Yep,
Yeah,
off
they're
we
going
go.
off. I'd been amazed if that weren't darker than it was earlier on. And Miles, you've been denied your big moment. Cap off to
We
bowl.
can't-
I'm okay to bowl if nobody else is.
We can't shake hands yet, can we?
Nope, not for another half hour.
So the lead is 162. Overs start being lost immediately, and there are only 27 remain at the moment, maximum thereof. So, you know, if they came straight back out after one over, it would be sort of, well, it's not going to happen, is it?
No.
Let's stop making the...
Really, I think all concerned now are probably hoping that this dark cloud remains, and then they can just shake hands in half an hour, so there doesn't have to be a really silly period of cricket where we know that the game is completely done, but we have to go out and play.
Well, hang on, Pete could get his average up to, to 40. He's averaging 39.74 in first-class cricket.
Hug from Ben Charlesworth to Ollie Price. As I say, he's put in a shift today, 29 overs, 2 for 105. He's done a real job for Gloucestershire when some of the seamers were either looking tired, out of rhythm, or just needing breaks. And 29 overs bowled out of 69 overs that have been bowled today. He's done a real job with the ball there as Price. Marchant de Lange, the pick of the bowlers, 2 for 31, managed to somehow extract some life out of a docile final day Bristol pitch. Terrific work from him.
Just looking, assuming this game is now a draw, Gloucestershire will take 16 points and move on to 119. Leicestershire 13 and move on to 128. But we are awaiting, obviously, the result from Middlesex Northamptonshire. That is the other extant game at the moment, which looks as though it's going to end in a win for...
Yes, Ben Sanderson is out for
Middlesex
2, and Justin Broad 25. Now that's just been joined by Dom Leach. Northamptonshire lead by 97 with 8 wickets down. Just see if I can...
Well, it could yet be an interesting one, that, couldn't it?
Yeah,
so
who knows what the light conditions like or something.
Northants hanging on, basically.
Yeah, I think probably both sides would like a Northamptonshire Middlesex draw. They've still got 33 overs minimum left, so they haven't got through their overs particularly quickly there.
And obviously the bonus points haven't been added on yet as well in this table. So Middlesex, obviously, even if they drew, would stay, comfortable, well clear.
They would get 12 if they draw.
Okay, and would go on to 139.
So 5 back of Yorkshire in second.
But Leicestershire would be on 128, so only 11 points behind, respectively.
Yeah. And you're 16 behind Yorkshire, so a win's worth. There's a bag which decided to topple off behind, but I think it seems to be all right. Right, the covers are in position, and it is really dark. This is as dark as it's been at any point in the match, and really there's very little sign that this cloud is going to move through. So looking back on this game then, it's been a game that has been completely dominated by bat. Gloucestershire, I think, we're hoping that there might be a bit more in the surface than there has been. Might be a bit of an understatement, but they won the toss, decided to bowl first on the opening day and didn't quite hit their stride, but at 147 for 4, having removed both Rahane and Hanscom, they would have felt that they had a pretty good shot at limiting Leicestershire's total. Some excellent batting lower down from Leicestershire, 50s from Scriven, Travaskis, Rehan Ahmed, ton from Ian Holland, saw them to 402. Gloucestershire, in reply, it was all about Ben Charlesworth and James Bracey. First time in the county championship that Gloucestershire have managed 2 double centurions in the same innings. James Bracey finishing 207 not out, his career best. Ben Charlesworth 210, also his career best, his second championship 100 being his first championship double 100, and James Bracey becoming the first Gloucestershire batter to score back-to-back unbeaten double hundreds. Gloucestershire did what they wanted yesterday. They gave themselves a chance with a lead. Well, they wanted a lead over 140. They got it. 10 overs at Leicestershire last night. Couldn't make a breakthrough then. Just a bit of a sniff today as they took 4 wickets either side of lunch. But in the end, especially as the ball got older and Leicestershire's task became more about really digging in, they were able to achieve that, and Leicestershire have surely now, with the exception of the fact that they can't shake hands, secured that draw, which, as we've been outlining, means Gloucestershire take 16 points from the match and Leicestershire take 13 points. And the two sides will move on in just, 3 days' time, with Leicestershire taking to the field at Cardiff, and Gloucestershire, well, they can stay put. They've got until Thursday for the start of their 4-day fixture against Northamptonshire, where the hybrid pitch might just be used. The covers are in fact now coming on, as I think it has started raining, so I think that really does settle that. If there is miraculously any more play, then we are contractually obliged to bring it to you, or we would not be living up to the every ball of every game business.
If there is, you may be describing it by yourself.
Just don't worry.
Unless you'll probably be on the road by then.
Yeah. No, well, thanks very much for your company.
Have
Rich,
enjoyed it
been
very much.
Enjoyed, and all the best for the rest of the season for the Foxes, and dare I say it, the winter to come. Now I don't think we can meet again this season, but
no, you've got the T20s, you've got all sorts of excitement heading
yes,
your way,
T20 quarter-final still to come, 6th of September, the big day at Edgbaston, and they'll be hoping for an even bigger day at Edgbaston to come after that. But another championship fixture to come against Northamptonshire on Thursday. Very much hope you can join us for that.
Be glorious. Is that the expression?
Become glorious.
Become glorious.
Yes,
Become
hoping to
glorious.
become further glorious on Thursday. Thanks very much again for your company. Thanks for listening, and we will speak to you again soon. Bye-bye.